On the air. Good afternoon. We are going to have a study session on the state of the marketplace on our city's insurance. Ms. Schlesinger, or Mr. Schreiten.
I'll kick things off real quickly, but Nancy Schussler is our risk manager. This is a format that we've introduced a few years ago now. As you may recall, insurance of all kinds, we go through a renewal process, and it can get a little frustrating and a little bit daunting in terms of the timing of receiving that insurance quote and then having to make a decision in terms of renewal. And really just kind of we're on pins and needles waiting to see what type of rate increase we might see. So what we started doing is, while we don't have a quote, we don't necessarily have a known dollar amount, we do have a couple of consultants and Ms. Schussler that can size up the market. We can have a conversation about what we see coming and talk about whether we have any options going forward. So with that, and the other thing that Nancy can go into detail on is kind of the timing as it's going to play out here in a little bit. So I'll let her introduce our other consultants that assist us and dive into the topic.
So Nancy Schussler, the city's risk manager, and I did bring a couple of friends with me. I've brought them before, but I'll reintroduce them. But James Charlesworth is with Charlesworth Consulting. He's worked with the city for many years. He has generally been an insurance advisor for the city. He does a lot of other things for us as well. Generally, just when I call, he picks up the phone and answers whatever questions I have. He's all the way to us from Kansas City. And then Mark Skidmore is the president of Iron Insurance Partners. He's all the way from us, from like East Iron, like 201, I think. Not quite as far, but I'm pretty confident that both parties have worked with the city. They started working for the city on the same year. I'm pretty sure. So it's been a long time, even before I started, and I've been with the city for 25 plus years. So, and Mark, basically the biggest thing that they help us with lots of things. Generally a week doesn't go by and I'm not talking to somebody over there, but this time of year, the biggest thing that they're helping us with is procuring insurance on behalf of the city. So just an important reminder that I just want to point out that we will not be taking any action today on anything. This is just a conversation that we are having with you to help educate with what the marketplace is looking like and what the broker agreement is looking like currently, because those are the two items that we're going to talk about today, is the state of the marketplace and then also the insurance broker agreement as well are the two things that we're going to talk about today. But no action needed, but the city staff is looking for some direction and some advice. So that's why we're here. But the first thing that we'll talk about is the state of the marketplace. Mark is going to come up and talk first, talking about reinsurance treaties, inflation, catastrophic losses, all those fun things that we like to talk about. But things that happen across the nation, not even just necessarily that happen to us locally. They can affect our rates, they can affect our premiums and values and deductibles, so we'll be talking about all of that. The city's property and casualty insurance is actually set to expire on June 30th, so we need to have some direction so we know kind of which direction to go for that renewal. And then James will hopefully add in, I'm sure he will only enhance the discussion about the topic as well. So, and then the property and casualty insurance broker agreement that was also in the study session packet. So generally, as part of our comprehensive insurance program, we do procure insurance for like property and liability and law enforcement, all those things. And so that's what Iron Insurance Partners, one of the many things that they do for us is they go out to market and procure that for us. We have to have someone do that for us. So we have worked, like I said, with both parties for many years, but that particular insurance broker agreement is set to expire on March 31st, so next month. Staff will bring that item to you on March 11th. That's the first one coming up. So we'll be bringing it to you on March 11th for action, but we just need a bit of direction today. And then, like I said, the other, the actual comprehensive property casualty insurance renewal, that expires on June 30th. So we'll bring that to you probably mid-June. We don't get the numbers as early as we would like, so that'll probably be mid-June that we'll get that and bring it back to you. So we're just going to pull off the Band-Aid There's going to be some mostly not really great things to talk about, but we'll just get started and have Mark come up right now, and then James, as he decides to entertain and add to the conversation, he'll come up as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Nancy. What a great introduction. Pull off the Band-Aid. That's fantastic. Do we have slides? Property insurance, right? This is almost the same talking points that we had 12 months ago when we were here. Reinsurance treaties, and James can talk to this too. The reinsurance renewal for most of the marketplace takes place January 1st. The most recent renewals were better than the prior years, but still increasing the cost of goods that the insurance companies sells to us. Inflation, naturally inflation is still everywhere. We're still seeing single-digit construction cost inflations. You all are seeing it in our everyday life, whether it's a grocery store or your utility bills. Catastrophic losses, we'll talk a little more about this in the next slide. But exceeded 100 billion again last year. That number, if I recall, has increased over $50 billion from a prior 2020 year. We were averaging about 75 billion in catastrophe losses a year. Now we're closer to 130 billion. Construction costs, I alluded to that a touch already. What's that mean for the city? We're expecting double-digit rate increases. Kind of 20% is the number that we're using. We are going to have a deductible increase on our wind and hail coverage. We're currently at 1%. Travelers would like for us to be at 3%. I am expecting that we'll have an option at 2% in the middle. I don't know whether or not that'll be financial. Will make sense for us to go to 2%, but we'll at least have that as an option. And they're pushing value increase, 8% on buildings, 4.5% on contents, things that are not permanently attached to the structures. So yeah, great news. There's the catastrophic claims over the last 12 months, where they were. We were having a conversation prior to the start of the meeting. We feel like the weather pattern has shifted to the east, unfortunately only to a more populated area as the storms are hitting. Seems like Kentucky, Tennessee are dealing with storms. Convection, the straight line winds, all the insurance markets are complaining about that, and I don't remember any of that in my first 25 years in the business. So something different, and we experienced it here December 15th, 2021, right? So yeah, we can go on to the liability claims, especially with the litigiousness of where our society is today, frequency of sexual abuse claims, increased law enforcement claims, social inflation and nuclear verdicts are just running some of these claims just heretofore unseen limits. I had a conversation with somebody a couple of weeks ago, and they were struggling with a couple of deaths at swimming pools for YMCA's, and they just exceeded the amount that they ever thought they'd be liable for. So what's that mean for the city of Salina? We're going to see a double-digit rate increase, more than likely, on our liability lines. We are going to look at the option of raising our retention, which is a lot like a deductible. That we have today we have a $50,000 retention that the city retains for each of our liability lines. So yeah, we can go on. Ooh, can't hardly read that. There's our estimate for our renewal over on the far right-hand side. And that's 20%. That percent change is over the whole time period that's up there. You can see down at the bottom of that page, that's how our exposures have changed over the years. I'm not going to go through all of those, but in 2018, we insured real property of $134 million, and today we're insuring $219 in real property. So as inflation happens, so does property values. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think that's the last slide you have, right? Yep. Happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
You're on the police officers. We're budgeted at 84 sworn officers, but we don't have that many.
Okay. And have we filled out the application? Yeah.
Not for this year.
Okay. That'll get picked up in the renewal applications that we're probably getting ready to send to Nancy in the next couple of weeks.
Good afternoon. James Charlesworth Consulting. Our firm doesn't sell insurance, so we're the company that beats up on people like Mark to try to get the most competitive options. I don't know if you've had your homeowners renew recently or your personal auto, but you've probably felt what's happening in the market. The rateable items for your risk is obviously your property values, which construction costs is causing that to go up. Your budgeted expenditures, which are generally going up. Number of police officers, and the value of your vehicles. Not so much the number of vehicles, but the value. So we might be getting rid of a 2019 police vehicle valued at $28,000 and replacing it with one that's valued at $55,000. So just all these things, even if the rates are flat, we're seeing increases. So with the rate increase on top of that, it is kind of a double hit, unfortunately. The challenges we have today is that your insurer, Travelers Insurance Company, is one of the few insurance companies that has any interest in public entities. You're a very complex risk, and other insurers have run for the hills. There are some insurers that will look at small public entities, but you're in a tough spot. You're not big, you're not small. Some of my public entities are having to take high self-insured retentions. Mark said you're at 50. I have some at 100,000, some at 250, some at 500,000. So what we're seeing now is a shift between planning to budget for the premium, which is still difficult and still painful, to how do we budget for paying our losses, our deductibles. If we go to a 2% or a 3% and the right storm comes through, it's not 3% of the damage, it's 3% of the value of the building. So, if a storm comes through and collectively the buildings are valued at $20 million, you're looking at a $600,000 deductible for wind and hail. So there's just a lot of challenges. Now, outside of what Mark and his team is doing, we are looking at associational pools or trusts. We have conversations going on with Midwest Public Risk. They are a little fidgety about a city of this size. They usually have smaller cities, and we're a little fidgety about joining a pool if we're the largest city. We wouldn't be, but we'd be one of the larger ones. I had somebody approach me that owns a captive, which is like pooling, except it's a little different. But we're not saying no to anything right now. We're going to look at every deductible option. I believe you have a $150,000 stop loss on the majority of your liability claims. We will probably price it with and without that, or maybe jumping it to I don't know. We haven't really got into it. But rest assured, unfortunately, we don't have the power of competition, and that's what our real challenge is the spirit of competition is not helping us in this situation, which makes us very vulnerable, which is not what any of us want. So, we'd love to come here and tell you how great things are, and we're going to save some money, but I will say that cyber seems to have stabilized. It's not a big number, but at least it's not going up 300%, 200% like it has in the last. It seems to have calmed down, so that may be a little good news. I do have a large city in the Kansas City metropolitan area on the Kansas side that has an April 1st renewal. So we're negotiating that now, and they're with Travelers, a little bit higher retention. But once I see what they get, that'll kind of let me know what they're thinking. We have a pretty good idea, but we think it's important to manage expectations. and basically turn over every stone we can. If you have suggestions, we're always happy to do as directed.
So, James, you touched on the percentage aspect of, wind damage, hail damage, but per location, per occurrence, we were talking about per physical address on some of the other aspects of the insurance coverage, that might be worth elaborating on, just so we have an understanding of our deductibles and how those work against us.
Well, there's two property insurers. Travelers is our insurer, and then Chubb often provides an option. Typically, they're not quite as competitive, but I'm sure Mark and his team is going to look. They sometimes will do a flat deductible per location or per physical address. So it's just a different way of slicing the apple. They may say for wind and hail, it's $50,000 per physical address. And that can, or they'll call it per unit, and sometimes that's not even well defined in the policy. So it can be a real challenge figuring it out. The other thing is we have to look close on the percentage deductibles. Is it a percentage of the building value as approved in the statement of values or the property schedule, or is it a percentage of the building value as they determine it at the time of loss? Because in theory, even with standard inflation, the building's going to be worth more 11 months from now than it is the day we start the insurance. So these are all things that we're going to have to look through, because that could play a big role. Luckily, I haven't had to deal with a whole lot of these. We've had pretty good weather in the last few years when some of these deductibles have come to play. I've dealt with it a little bit in multifamily homes, clients, and it can be tricky, and it can get pretty expensive pretty fast.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback off of that statement, I did a report a couple years ago when Travelers mandated that we switch to the 1% deductible. And I recall at that point, and since then, we've only had 4 wind and hail claims. So in the last 22, 23 years.
You had to say that, did you?
That's what I was
I know, and I probably should. I'm sorry.
It's all her fault.
It is. There goes my job. Anyway, but I did just want to point that out, that it's not something that happens every day, even though we do live in the Midwest, and even though we do have storms. But one of the things that, and I'm going to have to go back to memory a little bit, but one of the things out of that whole report and thinking back was only 3 incidents, the 3 out of the 4 incidents, we wouldn't have even, if we looked at the current 1% deductible that we have in play, or we had in play when we started out a few years ago, when they mandated that and instituted that for the first time, 3 out of the 4 claims wouldn't have even qualified to work through that deductible with Travelers. They would have fallen under that. So, because we did kind of go back and look at that and look at the damages, and I think one had, expenses of $188,000. There was another one that was probably closer to just under $400,000, but there was really only one claim that would have even constituted or fallen under the deductible that would have exceeded, that deductible, and we would have been forced to basically pay that $50,000 minimum that we had at the time, which is now $100,000 right now, but who knows what it'll be at renewal time. But I did just want to throw that out, and so sorry if I did mess that up, but it is something to think about, that it isn't something that is happening every day, and thankfully it is only a wind and hail. It's not an all perils type situation, but it's something to consider, because one big storm could really be problematic for an entity our size that doesn't have a big fund reserve for that. So,
Since Nancy decided to open that bag, some of this unfavorable news, unfortunately, is based on us having a fairly clean fall or a clean spring. So if we do have some activity between now and the renewal, we may be having a different conversation, unfortunately.
And I know I've heard stories of whether it's individuals or businesses that have had a significant claim, and then they've had their insurance dropped. As Travelers, do we have a concern if we did have a significant claim that we would have the potential to lose our insurance with travelers, and therefore I never hear about it. But are some municipalities looking at self-insuring or with some type of stopgap on the back end, or how does that work?
Well, as far as cancellations, I have never seen travelers cancel a policy. Well, they did non-renew one of my municipalities this last year due to claim activity, but it wasn't a shock loss claim. It was a continued pattern of liability issues that they just weren't willing to deal with. Self-insurance, it sounds good until it doesn't. Property is just very difficult. I don't know what your property values are, probably the 100 million-ish range. It's not all going to go at one time, but at what point do you say, instead of giving the insurance company what I think will be $880,000 or whatever it's going to be, when are we going to just put that in our own pocket? And for that one city that was non-renewed, I was unable to get auto physical damage. So all my vehicles have no auto physical damage, including our $1 million fire trucks. But to get the coverage, it was going to cost $250,000. And the city's like, we'll just take that $250,000, put it in a fund, and basically self-insure it. So, again, if you were 5 times your size, then we might be having a different conversation. But at your size, it's just very difficult to take on that kind of exposure.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was being done. I can see a lot of negatives to it because of significant claims.
Again,
If it happened before you build up reserves, you can really.
And I think we've had that conversation in the past couple of years to continue to focus on, reserve funding and when the market softens up, and it will, and premiums are going down. That will be my plea to you is, whatever we budgeted for, if we're saving money, instead of let's stuck it in a fund so we're not in this position, in 10 years. But if you want to add anything.
No, I don't. I wouldn't expect that out of Travelers at all. It's just not the way they've run. So, and that's partially why we've got so much stay equity built up with them, because it's 25 plus years too.
Is that how we've been with Travelers that entire?
Almost the whole time.
Really?
Yep.
Do either one of you want to speak to how a pool works and the benefits and downside of that?
That would be more him.
So pooling is basically a group of cities that get together, and the reinsurance, the pool buy reinsurance with like a $500,000 liability deductible. The member may have a $25,000 deductible, and the pool funds that $470,000 in between. Typically, about 75% of it's technically not a premium, it's a contribution, will go into a loss fund, and the rest will go for the administrative costs. They can work. They are accessible. So it's not insurance. It is a risk-sharing pool. So you need to know who your friends are in the other cities, because if they're having losses, it's going to impact you. If the pool is unable to fund their losses, you will have to, in order to join the pool, you'll have to approve or sign bylaws or a resolution to enter it, which also would include an obligation for you to pay any assessment that's assessed against you. So pools generally don't assess, but they can. Pools have failed, leaving their members in a tough spot. It's not subject to the state guarantee fund through the insurance department, so there's really no safety net. But they're an option. We just go in with our eyes open. That's that simple. And that'll be my job. If a pool is an option, we're going to have to see who their members are. We're going to have to look at their financials. Legal's going to have to look at their bylaws. And then it's a philosophy. You don't want to jump in and out of a pool. You go in to stay in. But there is some fear that if we were to leave Travelers and things go awry, Travelers going to be very interested in us going forward. So those are all the conversations we'll be having with you once this all comes together.
And options to go to, in prior years, we've talked about going to the market, trying to find other vendors.
There's no
We've
place
gone
to
to the
go.
trouble of filling out all the applications.
When I have a client and I know there's going to be an increase, I know what the question's going to be from you folks, and that's going to be, what'd you guys do about it? And I would shop in a heartbeat, but there's just there's no place to go. There's no place to go. And that's very frustrating for Mark and his team. I mean, even if you get another quote and it's worse, at least, it's like you don't like it, but that's what the competition has. But we're just kind of at the mercy. The nice thing, though, is Travelers they're not going to take advantage of the situation. They're going to underwrite it so they can be profitable. And the 20-plus years of being with them is paying dividends. It may not feel like it, but it is.
Well, I recently read a story out of Florida, how insurance is just astronomical, and companies pulling out.
Yep.
So how are they dealing with it down there?
Well, the history of the Florida market is, the way I understand it is there was an insurance company that was actually formed by the state, back funded by the state, Citizens Insurance Company. I think it got profitable enough to where the state was out of it. And then that's the one that pretty much wrote all of the hurricane coverage in the state. And they're the ones that, the one, was it 2 years ago, that came up through the Gulf and went all the way across the state. I don't know how big that loss was, but it pretty much put them out of business. And yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I honestly don't. I have a house in North Carolina, and I'm a little worried as well, because it could.
So the inflation and replacement value cost is the biggest driver we're looking at.
Yeah. And also during those big events, the cost to replace City Hall if it burns down is different than if it blows away. Simply because if it blows away, there's 1,000 other places that got blown away too. Contractors are harder to find. Parts of the materials are more expensive. They're harder to find. So yeah, it's a tough market, and insurance companies they're done. They're done losing money. They just can't do it anymore.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's more so about just kind of the industry losses than it is our individual
Oh,
claims
it has
history.
very little to do with you. Your losses are fine. That has nothing to do with it at all. It's just industry losses. I mean, we joke a little bit about the cost of replacing a windshield on your car. It used to be $250. You go to Safelite, you get it done. Now they got to recalibrate it, and it's $1,200. It's got cars that are made of aluminum. You got electric vehicles, which are very expensive to fix. So your typical fender bender isn't a small loss anymore. It's a big loss, and insurance companies they've taken a big hit. So
When there is catastrophes like wildfires in California or the hurricanes, I always hear the comment, "Oh, the poor insurance companies." Are they still making money?
well, I can't comment on that specifically. They're not starving. They're doing okay. But to your point, or maybe not your point, but on that same thought process, there is a point where FEMA is available for catastrophes. It's not much fun to deal with, but there are points in time where, for example, a lot of my clients in Texas have a loss limit. Do we have a loss limit on this? Where a school district might have $1 billion of property, but they only have $400 million of coverage. And then they just figure if it's over $400 million, it should be a disaster, and FEMA would be available. But they just can't afford it otherwise. So
Is our school district in the same position? Is Travelers the only?
I
ones
don't
in the
work for
market?
them. I don't know if.
No, the school district has a different option, but limited players too.
And part of our issue is the lines of coverage that we need, including flood levies. that make it problematic?
Including levies, yes. And Travelers, to my knowledge, doesn't write any schools anymore, so.
Now, there's all kinds of different lawsuits happening in schools today that we didn't see 20 years ago.
Right.
No. No, and a judge can recommend $3 million settlement, and the jury could come back with a $13 million settlement. You just, it's so unpredictable right now.
So hearkening back to the beginning of the conversation, as difficult as a conversation as this might be, would certainly prefer to have that conversation in this setting than here we are, we have the new renewal rates, time to renew, and it comes as a surprise to all of us in terms of rate increase, and then we start having conversations about did we have any options, but we don't have any time.
And we'll be reporting back to Nancy on a regular basis, so if you want an update, you can always reach out to her, and she'll give
And
you.
I can't remember, I'm sorry, and I can't remember, but I'm guessing we'll get options for different deductibles.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can adjust, we can decide
Absolutely.
what our
And with
threshold
those, we'll
is
do
for-
some loss modeling as well, kind of like if the next 5 years are like the last 5 years, this is where you would have been, so you can make an informed decision, yeah.
So in our budgeting, did we plan for this kind of increases?
We plan for an increase, and for the budget cycle we're in, then we'll factor this into the next round of budgeting. So they don't sync up perfectly, but it does give us a little bit of lead time to factor it into the upcoming budget. But
We
you know,
didn't budget for less, let's put it that way.
No. We took into account the feedback we got last year about this time to set this year's budget. But it looks to me like we're guesstimating a $182,000 increase from 2023 to 24. So, you know, not to get too far off topic, but as part of our orientation, we had a conversation about what do we want to assume about percentage increases in expenses, and we assume 5%. And what's that mean for the needed sales tax growth that we might need? And we need 9.5% to support that. This is 20% plus in comparison to that 5% assumption.
So we just approved the purchase of almost $10 million in new fire trucks. Is that going to be figured into?
Well, we won't
rates.
insure them until we take possession, so I imagine that you're probably a year off or so before, I mean, it takes a long
First of the
time.
year, first
So,
delivery.
but those are the kind of conversations that we'll need to know about when we get asked about budget, because, yeah, that'll.
Nancy, do you want to speak to the level of detail that the application form requires? One year you did like 4 companies at once, didn't you?
Right.
Yeah, the applications are pretty thorough, but the one thing that I do want to point out, just in thinking about the new vehicles, the new fire trucks, when I saw that, I was just like, as great as they are to have, they are more expensive when they're brand-new vehicles. We have that same situation with how we've moved to the enterprise, working with enterprise, which is great, and we had this conversation, so we did take this into account. I mean, Jacob and I talked about it, and I think Mike and I did too, that, hey, this is great, working with enterprise, and they're gonna save us all this money, and we're gonna resell these vehicles every couple years and make money and all of that. Well, and we did talk about how it is going to cost more money to insure these brand-new vehicles because they're going to have full coverage, comp and collision both. They're not going to be like the vehicles that we used to hang on to for 15, 20-plus years. And just maybe carry liability because outside of law enforcement and, you know, just public safety in general, so police and fire, we have always carried full coverage for those units. But for all the other vehicles, like in the Parks Department or wherever, we've only carried liability on the older vehicles. We only insure full coverage for, you know, maybe, and we actually do it for probably longer than a normal city because we couldn't save any money on premium to not do it. So I might insure them at full coverage for, 10, if the vehicle's 10 years old. But thinking that, if it was, if we dropped down to 5-year-old vehicles and only did for full coverage, that it'd be cheaper in premium. We'd never save enough premium. It just never really amounted to that much. But the savings never amount to much, but the costs sure do always exceed.
And not to minimize it, but it is one of 10 lines of coverage that are rolled into this premium. So, and there is some incremental cost, but, and if we wanted, I guess we could try to isolate that in some way. But just a quick look at the commercial auto is about 153, going from 153 to 183 in this scenario. That doesn't account for the fire trucks, but it does factor in the enterprise fleet activity.
And those numbers they're so hard. Like, I can tell you a number today, but tomorrow it's going to be different, because Keno down in Central Garage is always updating the number of vehicles that we're taking possession of versus, that are coming in the door versus going out the door. So those numbers are always revolving, it seems like. So it's whatever that best number is at the time of, we're talking about renewal right now. So they're going to have that schedule from me here pretty soon for this year. I think they even had it earlier last year. But then by the time we go to renew in June, that number is going to be completely different. But it's nice with the vehicles because they do an audit every year. So whatever they, we added or deleted between when I gave them the list to when we renew, they'll do an audit and they'll either add or delete, a premium at that point. But so those numbers are hard to give you exact numbers, but they take all that into account. But like I said, we didn't not talk about it. It's still a good thing that we're doing with Enterprise. That was a conversation that we all had, and it was still going to be a better deal for us in the long run. But it was something that we had to talk about because we knew it was going to exist. So
in today's regular meeting, we're going to be hearing about building a brand-new fire station. And so that's going to be added to the tab, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it should only be when in hell it should be fire coverage.
Yeah.
No, you jinxed us.
Wouldn't
That's been known to happen in some communities.
So I don't know if we want to jump really quick, because I know we're getting short on time. If we want to just jump over to the broker agreement renewal, I do just want to point out a couple of things, and then maybe at the end you can kind of give us some direction in both areas if necessary. But like I had said previous, our comprehensive insurance program, we purchase insurance for property, inland marine, GL, all those things. And so Iron Insurance Partners helps us with that. And this time of year, like I said, pretty much all of our conversations since maybe even the end of the year until June runs around, it's pretty much renewal. And especially years like this that are really bad and there's lots of things to talk about and lots of options to talk about. Now, there's not a lot of options of other carriers looking at us, but there's going to be other options of potential deductibles or whatnot. So there'll be a lot of conversation that I'll have back and forth with them. But that's one of the many things that they do, but they do a lot. Like I said, I think there's not very many opportunities where a week will go by that I'm not talking to them about something, getting certificates of liability from them, talking to them about a bond or a contract or whatever it might be. So we have done business with them for a really long time, but their contract is coming up for renewal at the end of March. So we will be bringing that before you on March 11th for an actual action item. So I've attached, it should have been in your packet, a draft version of their agreement. And in the meantime it was a 5-year, basically it was a 5-year total contract that they just are finishing up with. In that meantime, they changed their business name, so that's one of the bigger things that you'll see redlined in that agreement. And then I think the other thing was that I wanted to point out that we changed was the term. We would like to currently make this next year from the April 1st of 2024 and have it go through January 1st instead of from April to April. We're only doing that for the first year. Then after that, it would be January 1st to January 1st, the years following, if you wish to basically continue the relationship that we have with them. So we're just kind of changing it this year. We wanted to change the start date of the contract mostly for the purpose of, if for some reason we want to go out for a broker selection and Charlesworth would do that on our behalf, we wanted to make sure we gave everybody ample time to do that, gave them ample time to apply for that and to work towards that, versus other parties as well, and staff time to kind of sort through all that, because it just takes a lot of time. And it used to be a month or two, you could get those numbers turned around pretty quickly. It just doesn't, it's not that easy to work through that anymore. So,
We're
so
also
that's
trying to get a little bit of time distance between that and renewal of the
Yes.
insurance.
Sorry.
So that we don't have the brokerage agreement and the insurance
Yeah.
all playing itself out at the same time.
Because if for some reason the relationship was going to change and they were going to move on from working with the city, it would not be expected that they would work on that renewal for us. That wouldn't be fair to them. So, yes, that's kind of the key point there too. So, but they have filled in the basis of payment. They are trying, and they can talk to that a little bit more detail if you have any questions about the payment changes. But previous to this agreement, we started off with a figure, and then they got a 2% increase each year to kind of allow for like a cost of living. But I'll let Mark, if you have any questions about the actual payment side, I'll let them kind of speak to that. Let Mark kind of speak to that. But we kind of need your direction on both this broker agreement, on whether or not you want to just move forward and continue working with Iron Insurance Partners, or if you wish. We would not be able to go out for requests for qualifications by the time this particular agreement comes due. So by the end of March, we don't have enough time for that. So staff is asking that it's okay with the commission to then at least get till January 1st of 2025. But after that, if you want us to go out for requests for proposal for a new broker selection or something, we can definitely work that in, or if you want to continue the working relationship that we have. And I think we've worked with them since 1995. We just don't have a lot of people knocking down our doors, and the fact that they're local and they're amazing at what they do. So I don't want to make light or say anything in any negative way. They've always been great to work with, and even when they started as insurers and investors with us in 95, they were with someone totally different. There's been some changes in names and things like that over the years, but they've always, no matter who's been in charge and what name they've gone by, they've always been great to work with. So, but anyway, so we kind of need your direction on what you would look for with this agreement, but then also for renewal. Again, there's really not any choices out there for us outside of Travelers or potentially a pool. But mostly, if your direction is that, hey, start spending a lot of time really concentrating on what deductibles maybe we need to start increasing our, retaining more of the risk moving forward if we think we can do that. Or maybe we work on building our reserve fund before we entertain, retaining more of the risk. But that's the kind of direction that we need from you guys.
Even though I don't like the information we've received, I think that both Iron Insurance and James have done a good job for us at least for the 6 years I've sat here. I've always felt comfortable that they've worked on our behalf. I like the fact that Mark's here in town, so if something's wrong, you're able to talk to him, and he's more receptive. We all know where he lives if he does something wrong.
That's true.
But
I will
no,
say that,
in all seriousness, I really do
Yeah.
feel like they've worked in our best interest and
Yeah.
have always been honest with us, even though we don't like what we're hearing. I mean, I appreciate him coming here and saying, this is what we can do for you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to like it, but this is where the market is.
Yeah.
So I'm comfortable with moving forward with both.
And I do like the idea of keeping the money locally, and if need be, we know we can go knock on their door. So, yeah, I think I'm okay with sticking with
And the fact that you're comfortable with them is the most important part, because I don't work with them on a daily basis, you do. So that speaks volumes about how your relationship is, I think. So
And for what it's worth, Commissioners, if we had the sense that this was a competitive market, that people were clamoring to provide us this service, we would go through an RFP process and then make a recommendation coming out of it. But
Well,
that's,
and I think we did that 4 or 5 years. I mean, I hadn't been on the commission very long, but it seems like we went out and
Yeah.
and looked and really couldn't find anything. And I think so. We did that, didn't we?
Had a
Maybe
lengthy conversation about it
Or
in the
some-
study session room next door. James came up.
Yeah.
Really went through it thoroughly. And again, nobody was knocking at our door at that time either. So we continued on with our, agreement with them, but.
I know I couldn't remember exactly how those conversations went, but I know we spent some time analyzing what was out there.
We spent a lot more time than we did today.
Yeah.
Really digging deep into what they do for us, the fact that they are local. It is nice if we're going to be having a meeting, they can just run over, during the day if, there's a meeting in town. So whether it's them or another local company that has the ability, that's something that I know that I appreciate a lot, is having, and anytime we can
And I'd be
keep it local,
concerned leaving travelers, even if there was another option out there, if you had some kind of loss and they'd cancel you, could we get back with travelers? I mean, that has to come into the thought process also. So
Does Salina County use Iron Street as well?
Yes. Yes. That's actually been pretty handy over the years. They've always used the same broker, but they've always had the same carrier too, until a very brief moment they moved away from Travelers, and now they're back. So they took them back, but a very brief moment they were with someone else, and that didn't work out. But that's actually been nice if there's ever a claim, especially back when we had the joint Salina County Health Department. We had some claims that were crossover because the health department can't be sued. So if they were sued, which they sort of kind of were, but the paperwork was changed to sue the city and the county because the health department couldn't be sued. So sometimes it is nice to have that crossover where we're working with the same people. It's been helpful over the years. So, but
Anything else?
are we good? Are you good, Mike? Comfortable
yes,
moving
thank you.
forward?
I think
Okay.
Okay,
we'll
thank
proceed
you.
as described, and we'll be back in March with broker and in June with insurance renewal.
We will be back here at 4 o'clock for a regular meeting.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'll call this meeting, February 26, 2024, meeting of the Salina City Commission to order. I will ask staff if the Kansas Open Meetings Act require notice has been provided.
It has.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here. Thank you. All who are willing and able, please stand and remove your hats for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by this moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have no awards and proclamations. Item
Item-
3.1.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Jacqueline Gray, DVAC Housing Specialist, will read the proclamation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Whereas 1 in 3 adolescents in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, a figure that far exceeds victimization rates for other types of violence affecting youth, and whereas females between the ages of 16 to 24 are most vulnerable to intimate partner and sexual violence, experiencing abuse at a rate almost triple the national average. And whereas a high school student who experiences physical violence in a dating relationship are more likely to use drugs and alcohol, are at a greater risk of suicide, and are much more likely to carry patterns of abuse in future relationships. And whereas young people are victimized by a dating partner are more likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and unhealthy dieting behaviors, and the experience may disrupt normal development of self-esteem and body image. And whereas nearly half of teens who experience dating violence report the incidents of abuse took place in a school building or on school grounds. And whereas only 33% of teens who are in an abusive relationship ever tell anyone about the abuse, and 81% of parents surveyed either believe teen dating violence is not an issue or admit that they do not know if it is one. And whereas by providing young people, parents, professionals with education about healthy relationships, warning signs of abuse, and relationship skills and changing attitudes that support violence, we recognize that dating violence can be prevented. And whereas the Domestic Violence Association of Central Kansas needs all of Salina to work towards ending teen dating violence by empowering young people to develop healthier relationships, assisting victims in accessing the information and supportive services they need, creating better and more resources for younger people in need, instituting effective intervention and prevention policies in schools, and engaging in discussion with family members and peers to promote awareness and prevention of the quiet epidemic of teen dating violence. Now thereof, be it resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby designate February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and urge citizens to recognize and assist all those who serve the rights and needs of victims of teen dating violence. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas, to be affixed this 26th day of February 2024.
Thank you. Do you have events or activities planned for the recognition of this?
Yes, we did have various projects across campuses that was ran primarily by Carly Tinkler, and then also Mary Cookson did some activities via social media through our DVAC webpage.
Okay, thank you. I have a certificate here for you, proclamation signed. He's going to come get your picture. Thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings. That will bring us to a lengthy consent agenda.
Item 5.1 is approve the minutes of the meeting of February 12th, 2024. Item 5.2, approve resolution number 24-8187, appointing members to citizen boards and commissions. Item 5.3, consider awarding the bid for municipal solid waste landfill facility cell 21 construction to Unruh Excavating LLC in the amount of $3,358,788.65 with a 5% construction contingency for a total construction project cost of $3,526,728.07. Item 5.4, approve resolution number 24-8191, authorizing city staff to accept the $999,999 Affordable Housing Program Grant Award from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka, and authorizing the city manager to execute required memorandums of understanding, award agreements, project contracts, and all related grant documents for timely submittal to FHL Bank and or Equity Bank, the member who sponsored the city's application, as required throughout this 4-year grant. Item 5.5, consider awarding the bid for project number 24008, 2024 microsurfacing to Vance Brothers, Inc. of Kansas City, Missouri in the amount of $513,856.72 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $539,549.56 and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Vance Brothers, Inc. of Kansas City, Missouri upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 5.6, consider awarding the bid for project number 24006, 2024 ultra-thin bonded asphalt surface to APAC Kansas Shears Division of Salina in the amount of $642,427.10 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $674,548.46 and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with APAC Kansas Shears Division of Salina upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 5.7, consider awarding the bid for project number 24003, 2024 sidewalks to Inco USA LLC of Olathe in the amount of $168,932.64 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $177,379.27 and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Inco USA LLC of Olathe upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 5.8, consider awarding the bid for resurfacing of the flooring and walls of the lap pool at Kenwood Cove Aquatic Park to Mid-America Pool Renovation, Inc. for $210,000 plus a 5% contingency for a total project authorization of $220,500 and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Mid-America Pool Renovation, Inc. upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. And that is the last item.
Wow. That's a lot. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Please state your name.
Richard Alberhofer II, 315 South Ohio. Just in regards to the Housing Authority, hopefully the accessibility boards and whatever conglomerate we can get there can really be mindful of the elders, just as that's who I'm pretty much moved back to advocate for, and just try to mitigate, any mediation in the future. So just have those whereabouts done or thought of. That's all I got.
Is there any item a commissioner would like to have removed from the consent agenda? None. I would entertain a motion for approval.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.8.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.8. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Brings us to administration, item 6.1.
Item 6.1, Fire Station Number 4 Design Services. Item 6.1A is to approve Resolution Number 24-8192, amending the project authorization and providing for the design and construction of new Fire Station Number 4, and amending the authorization for the issuance of temporary notes and or general obligation bonds of the city to pay the costs thereof. And item 6.1B is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with WSKF Architects for Phase 2 design services for Fire Station Number 4 in the amount of $629,120.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
All right, Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. Relocation of Station 4, Fire Station number 4 has been included in the city's long-range planning since about 2014, maybe even before that time frame. This project was placed on the 5-year CIP in 2022. In July of 2022, we sent an RFQ out to find a designer that could do the design work for this project. WSKF was selected from a group of 4 firms that responded. At that time, we had planned in the budget at CIP, we had $500,000 for design and about $4.5 million for the construction of the project. Because staff was not really confident in the numbers that we had at the time, we intentionally divided this up into a 2-phase design project. The City Commission gave approval to enter into agreement with WSKF for the first phase of design in March of 2023. And at that time, we anticipated the cost of the fire station would be between $7.5 and $9.5 million based on the conversations that we had with the design service providers when we were getting ready for that selection. So phase 1 of the design included space programming, which was documentation of space requirements in written and numerical graphic form, schematic design, and selection of furniture, fixtures, and equipment, development approvals, so all the surveys, topographical work, platting, rezoning, drainage study, and geotechnical investigation, and then culminating in a cost estimate. Doug Bowe and Matt McCaffrey are here from WSKF. They're going to provide a brief overview of the work that they went through to get to where we're at today, and then we'll move forward with the actions that we're asking the City Commission to consider today. So Doug, if you want to come up, and we have a presentation.
I'm going to walk through the process that we worked with the city and the fire department on to get to the point that we're at in phase 1. Introduction, I'm Doug Bowe, as he had said, and this is Matt McCaffrey. He's a senior project designer for that. So starting out in May and June of 23, we went through an exercise with the fire department, which you see up there, which is a programming document, basically outlining all the spaces that they need in the facility, what their wants are and what the requirements are for the facility. We worked May and finalized that program in June of 23. Next slide, please. From there, we started with a conceptual design for the fire station, mainly a site plan and floor plan. This was we worked and got to this point in August of 23. We came up with the design based on that program, which is what you see at that slide, and placing it on that site as best suited for that location. Do you need me to describe any of the layout of, do you want more information on the layout of the?
Yeah, I think what's important to note is, so we went through a whole process that said, okay, this is what we think we really need, and then they came back with a concept. So you see here, there's 5 bays, there's room and housing for I think 8 or 10 firefighters and paramedics. There's some training facility, workout room, all those things that we really needed in the fire station. That's kind of, this is the starting point for how we jump to kind of where we're at today with the conceptual design. So I don't think you need to go into detail into any more of that, unless there's a specific question from the commission.
Yeah, and I'll explain as much as you guys feel comfortable with. But, you know, we start developing these plans, and we did several reiterations of what this plan might look like, and worked with the city and the fire department to best provide the floor plan that would best suit their needs. Next slide, please.
Can you step over here toward the mic a little more?
Sorry. This was another version of that plan. Was showing just slightly different locations of some of the components. Some of the big components stayed the same in all of them. The apparatus bay kind of needed to be in the location that's at to have the right access points to and from the property. You'll see this, the training area was slightly different than the last version. I don't know if there are any highlights beyond that, Matt?
No, really just kind of the process of working through with the fire department on making sure that we're providing them a building that best functions for them and kind of some of those iterations. This being kind of the schematic design phase where we first put a cost estimate together.
Yeah, and this is September of '23, and this was the first pricing exercise we went through.
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Is the part that's adjacent to the park part of the fire department property? I mean, in other words, do you enter in from Markley when you come back? And I'm not sure how much of that is,
Yeah, I think.
so that whole big almost a square parcel of property? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is correct. Absolutely.
So this was the first kind of overall schematic design that we saw based on all the needs assessment that we went through. The cost for this was $10.1 million, I believe. And at that point, we really thought we were going to have a project between $9 and $9.5 million. So we said, hey, let's kind of regroup, take another look at this, see if there's some things that we have in here that are kind of wants and not needs, and see if we can pare it back just a little bit. So that's kind of the next phase that we went to. If you want to go to the next slide,
Next slide,
Scott.
yep.
Oh, well, and this kind of shows some of the outside renderings. There's been a couple of different options, different materials that they presented at that time.
Yeah, and that was along with that last estimate. Next slide, please. And just more options. We had, I think, 4 different options on exterior.
So is every station you design custom and different?
Yes. Now, every once in a while, I work with some cities that want to do prototype designs, but everyone's customized for the site. Every site's different, and we look at turnout time for the fire department and make sure their apparatus is poised in the right position on the site is critical. So with that being said, even though some cities will do prototypes, we'll find that those prototypes change on every single project they do. We've done, I think, 4 stations for the city of St. Joseph based on a prototype, but they're all different. So yes, they are, like each one is individual.
So, looking at the map, it looks like this is pretty much going to take up that whole lot there, outside of where you get into the drainage.
I think in that northwest quadrant, it takes, pretty much the buildable area up. I think we are off the setbacks of what we can build up to, but there's not a lot of options on where we can locate that building on that property, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Next slide, please. This shows you the exercise that we go to get to pricing. This was for that last estimate that we discussed at just over a $10 million mark, but kind of wanted to show that it's just not a guess. We do take our time, go through item by item, building assemblies, and try to do our best diligence to make sure that these estimates are accurate. And we also do base that on previous experiences from past bid projects, and we continue to update this about every quarter to make sure our pricing is relevant to what's currently happening in construction. Next. This is a detailed, you can't really see it, but this is item by item. It goes through what the concrete costs are, what the structural costs are, what the roofing costs are on each of the items to get to where we were at. Next slide. Okay. Was there any questions about the cost estimating? It was really quick, so I don't want to burden everybody with going into a lot of detail with that.
So at this point in the project, we kind of said, hey, okay, you've given us this $10.1 million project. We think that's maybe a little bit high. Are there some things that we can do with the space design to reduce some of that cost? And so the next schematic design, which was completed in December, shows those things that we kind of paired out. In the original version, we had a pretty large training room. I think it would hold 64, 65 people. It had a little kitchenette. It had some extra things in there. The updated schematic design reduced that out. We had some additional square footage to display the antique fire truck. We reduced that out. There was some other, in the living quarter areas, there were some things that were reduced out a little bit, just kind of to create some efficiencies. And we came back with this next schematic design. If you want to go to the next slide. And so this is, so you can see kind of over on the left side where that training room doesn't go all the way to the front of the building as it did in the other side. That's really the biggest impact is cutting back that the additional square footage on that training room. Also, we reduced out some parking with a reduced number of with a reduced need for that people to park for that training area, that facility. We were able to reduce the parking and get rid of some of the blacktop. So this is what we came back with, and this is the $6.4 million project that we are looking at moving forward with today. If you want to go to the next slide. So this would be the overhead. You can see it's a little bit smaller than the previous one, and a side view.
In the elevations, yeah. And then we went through the exercise of repricing this out, and that's to where we're at now at the about roughly 9.4 million.
Gonna keep going, Scott.
And this is just an outline of where we're at and where we're going with this. So we've finished the phase one, which is we call schematic design, getting the scope of the project and the cost. Next phase would be design development, taking the drawings further, getting more information from our engineers in the drawing sets and developing further the design of the station. And then we would move into construction documents after that. Design development would be, March, April. I think we're just, these were a little aggressive at the time. We didn't know exactly when it would start back up, but we're close to the same schedule. Construction documents, we could be done in July of this year. Bidding would be August and September, and construction would, I think we're estimated at about, it's at least 18-month project for construction.
So will your firm be managing this project?
We would.
From design through
Yeah,
occupancy?
yeah. We included in our fee proposal to be out on site, and it's approximately about once a month that we would be out here reviewing the progress of the project and looking over the project. Along with that, we do also have time for some engineer site visits. We also, during construction, will each of the visits we do field reports showing the progress of that, review construction draws from the contractor, make sure that they're appropriate. And then we'll do, at the end of the project, a punch list that includes any deficient items that still need to be picked up before the project is finally complete and handed over to the city.
So commissioners, what we're asking today is we've gone through the first phase of this project. We have a schematic design. We have kind of the direction we're planning to go, and we have a cost estimate for that. So we're really asking for the next phase of the design to be approved with WSKF. That's a design services contract at the cost of $629,000. Phase 2 design includes architectural design and design development, construction documents, bidding negotiation, construction administration, and then it also post-occupancy services with warranty monitoring and those things for 11 months after the project is completed. So that would be one action today. The other action that we're asking you to look at is approval of resolution number 248192. That would amend the project authorization for design and construction to $11 million. That would cover the cost of the entire cost of design services, which would be the previous agreement, phase 1 plus phase 2. That total is $776,880. The construction cost we have estimated at $9.4 million, and then we're also asking to have the inclusion of an art component at $400,000 or up to $400,000. This project has been identified by the Community Art and Design Advisory Committee, the CAD committee, as a project of interest dating back to really its original inclusion in the CIP unfunded project list back in 2014. City's community art and design policy provides that for a project like this, we can spend up to 5% of the total project cost allocated to those art components. The CAD committee has established a site committee to advise on possible locations and functions of the art and design elements for the new fire station. That site committee has held several meetings, conducted visionings, and provided a vision statement to guide the selection of art through this process. So they are recommending that we approve or dedicate up to $400,000 of construction budget for public art or integrated design element to be included in the fire station there. They haven't really decided or determined the actual direction of the art. There's a couple of different ways they could go. One way, if we had some sort of standalone piece of art that was out on the site, that would be probably the more expensive option. But there are options to integrate that with the design. We brought the art folks in very early in the process. They've been working with WSKF since the minute they were on ground to integrate, so we can have this be as smooth as possible as we move forward. And there are people from arts. I think Brad Anderson is here if you have any questions about the art component side of that. Debbie Pack is here if there's any questions about the finance part. And then WSCAF can answer any of the construction stuff, and anything else we'll make something up. So be happy to stand for any questions.
I guess my first question's for the actual, maybe someone from the fire department to answer, but the reduction in the training room, were we overbuilding or are we changing perhaps the way we can use that training room?
Yeah, and so Chief Snyder is online. He's off-site this whole week doing an accreditation work, but he is online. So Chief, if you want to take that.
Yes, Commissioner, what we looked at when we started this project was, again, you've heard me say this so many times, of looking to the future. So opportunities, I hope, will present for us as we continue to grow, not only locally but regionally, was possibly a regional training center. However, when we looked at the initial cost that it came back, we realized that, down the road, we're probably going to have to expand somewhere else. So we kind of tailored that back a little bit. So it wouldn't be anything initial, but we were looking long term. And then when we looked at the cost, we felt that this was something that we still can facilitate certain things without going overboard with an undue cost to the city.
And what part of the living space was reduced?
We reduced, if I'm not mistaken, we reduced a couple bunk areas. We had also talked about the discussion of, I'll call it an overfill area, where we combine 4 bunks into one area for, God forbid, we have a major incident or we need to bring extra people in for something, big events and things like that. So we did reduce that as well. We also reduced the initial presentation for the computer technology spacing, which initially had been, I think, at 220 square feet, and we reduced that down. CT was expressing a possible interest of securing some of their equipment there for the city overall. And we were also, one of the things when we spoke about the training room was the fact that if the city county building became uninhabitable for whatever reasons, that training room could have been utilized as a work center for city and county employees.
Could I ask a follow? This is Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
I had a similar question. You know, when you look at what's being reduced in space, it very fire department specific functions. You know, we're not reducing the size of the building overall. And I just wonder if we're building this to meet our needs for December 2026, but not 2034 or 39. And
Well,
when you look at the small reduction in
absolutely,
overall cost,
yeah.
I'd rather have the building be available to absorb actually some of the things you just mentioned, if potential uses of the building, than this building be obsolete and crowded in 10 years.
Right. And, you know, that's the other consideration. You know, we don't have the crystal ball. We like to think for the future and plan for it. So, you know, you've heard me mention about possibilities of expansion southwest. So I think this kind of brings that happy medium for maybe 5 years down the road when we get to that point, let's say. It'll enable us to facilitate that. But yes, the reason those were taken out was basically just because of money. But I couldn't justify it. Bear with me here. I'm moving my luggage as I'm speaking. So that's kind of the gist of where we're at.
Yeah, and I will say that the focus on that training room, at reducing the size of that training room, the city has lots of facilities that you can host. I mean, it's not like training space out on a ladder or a tower or anything like that. It's really just classroom space. And so, you know, for $1 million, the city has a lot of other training places that we could go. If we needed to take people to TPEC to do training at that site or whatever, we have spaces that are classroom type spaces that we can achieve the same kind of goals that they were talking about at this facility. So that was really why we focused on that.
And I would add to that as Jacob mentioned, parking becomes an issue. We didn't pick this location as a site, nor did we site Station 4 with the expectation that it would be a widespread training center with accommodation for the parking that goes along with it.
And really, our focus in reducing costs, the real focus I think that the fire department had was, let's make sure that we can do whatever we can to keep as many bays as possible, because that's where they really see the need to house extra equipment, extra apparatus, that sort of thing. We don't see a huge need to have additional bunk spaces, because there's only so much that location will be able to expand. So, you know, we are looking at things like, do we need to bring on another paramedic or another ambulance unit in the future, and where would we house that? We think that this would be a good location for that. The building, as they have it laid out, would accommodate what we need it to do for that purpose.
Have the other fire stations in their time of existence maxed out their space? I mean, just the natural growth of
yes,
programming
I think
and all the things that, you know, fire and EMS
They
do
are
now.
overstuffed.
Station 4, certainly that would be the
right,
case.
yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is
and
what's
apparatus has
necessitating
changed
this.
sizes. I mean, everything's bigger than it used to be. But I mean, when we first started having conversations about a fire station, replacing Fire Station 4, I think the real conversations kind of started around 2017, 2018 timeframe. The original kind of plans that we had were 3 or 4 bays, and we've expanded that to 5 bays today. And Chief would probably like 8 bays, but about 5 is where we think really is maximizes where we're at with this facility at this location, with the space that we have.
Right, where we are now, but I'm thinking with whatever future plans we have for growth, is it going to be satisfactory 15 years from now? And because at the rate we're building
And
new firehouses,
I think that
this
it
one's
will
going to have to
be.
last.
I think based on where growth is happening, we can't just put another fire apparatus. We could build another bay. We can't just put another fire apparatus in that location. I mean, it really depends on how the community grows. And as Chief said, I think we think that the next need is probably going to be somewhere, you know, where we have 500 units of new housing going in on the west side of town, just because of the location and how they have to get to those fires. I mean, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to expand a station on the very east side of town much bigger than where we're at today or where we're planning to go today. And I think, I mean, WSKF designs these all over so if you have an opinion about that or, thoughts, I mean, that's why we went through this very detailed needs analysis. And really the only place where we thought, okay, we can reduce this is classroom space. I mean, every square foot costs additional dollars, and the classroom space and the display of that fire truck were the two areas where we thought this is something that we could reduce out. Now, certainly if the city commission wants to move forward, we can, if they want to move forward kind of with the full schematic design that they originally came back with in September, we can do that as well. I mean, they would use the space if we gave it to them, for sure.
My reason, I just wanted to make sure that, I mean, I don't know
I guess
how
where
much
we're at
space to
today,
give a fire department. I went up, the fire department is getting the
Yeah.
space that it
I
needs.
think where we're at today, with the conversations we've had with the fire department, we feel like the second schematic design at 9.4 million is reasonable for where they want to be. I mean, it does what it needs it to do today, and I think into the future as well. I mean, I don't think we're being short-sighted at the $9.4 million project, if that makes sense.
Now, I'm sorry, Jacob. I know it's difficult with me being here, but yes, I absolutely agree that this was the consensus, and the team that worked with you and Debbie and everybody else in WSKF. It's been great, and I think this will not only enhance us in the very near future, but this will take us quite a ways down the road, and it'll give us opportunities as we grow.
And I do want to mention that the fire department had a team of probably 10 or 12 people, different firefighters that were part, maybe more than that. I don't have the total number, but a large group of people from the fire department. We had other city staff. We had Troy Reinert from facilities. We had our city engineer. There was a lot of people that were involved in trying to get to the point where we're at today.
Well, if we need to add on, we can always go up.
Yeah, and I think when we went through this value engineering process, we didn't take any essential components out of the building. That was left alone, so functionality would remain as good as it could be. It was really just those two components that Jacob had talked about is what we pinpointed as cost-saving items.
Yeah, those of us that have been sitting up here for the last how many years discussing this, obviously it's a little bit of a sticker shock as to where we started at, and we can have a philosophical discussion about would it be more, would it be less in a year or two because of the demand for construction right now. I think steel prices and some of those are coming down, but I'm not so sure some of those companies have reduced their profit margin. So just talking out loud, not. So those are the things that, you could always discuss. Would we be better off waiting a year? I guess the one thing I'm struggling with is, and again, price tag is what it is, but philosophically, I have a problem where the fire departments come in and they've said, we're willing to reduce the space to try to reduce the cost, but then we have a $400,000 art proponent or in there. I have a little bit of a concern that we're trying to, we're saying, okay, we know this budget's considerably more than we talked about several years ago, but yet we still have that $400,000. I think, looking at the schematics, I think engineering and architecture can make a building look more than adequate without an extra $400,000 being spent on some type of art project, and that's just my opinion. If we're trying to be, listen to I think the taxpayers and trying to keep that cost as low, reasonable as possible. That's one of the places I think we could adjust.
Or put it back in the building.
That was my thought as well.
If you're going to
if
spend
we
it
need-
anyway.
So,
But I needed to hear from the fire department that not
Right.
that they're necessarily going to wait till this moment to say, no, this isn't what we want. But, to know that this would satisfy their needs and the city's needs for however long we expect this building to be upright. I agree, the growth, if we added a fifth station, it probably wouldn't be in this part of town anyway.
Right.
But
a couple of observations, if I may. I think Arts and Humanities has been very selective in what they've proposed to add public art to across our capital improvement program. And when we started with the community art and design approach, there was a presumption that pretty much every project was going to get 5% of the project dedicated to the arts. There's been very few, and for quite some time we've identified the fire station as kind of a community amenity that needs to show well. And not to say that this design doesn't do that, but I think there was kind of a recognition of being selective about which projects to attach community art to, but identifying the fire station as one of those opportunities. Having said that, you certainly could provide guidance about a percentage or none at all. And I think you could also provide guidance about the nature of that art component. And in the past, there's been conversations about trying to utilize different exterior materials in an artistic way so that it's not a standalone investment in art as much as an upgrade to the facility.
I'm assuming when the project at 11 million, the art component was higher. So I mean, the art component was reduced as well, just by it being a percentage of the total cost.
Yes, we had some conversation about what number to anticipate, and that the number that's proposed is less than the 5%, and it's yet to be finally determined. If I could, Brad Anderson can kind of speak to the process, the policy, and then art options or possible approaches.
I don't want you to interpret, Brad Anderson, Director of Arts and Humanities for the city. In this process of discovery with WSKF and with the site committee, and being both respectful of limited budgets and so on, to put a $400,000 amount on there sounds exorbitant, especially when there are value engineering decisions that have been made, as there have been on every art project that during my 13 years that we've been involved with. So this is meant to be an opportunity for you to make an informed decision of what percentage, if you choose to include any art and design component with this, that's your prerogative. And if so, to be able to let you know what a $400,000 component might mean as opposed to something smaller. So at that 4.5%, for instance, going into the next phases of design development, we'd be able to, with your direction, be able to say, we're really interested in a standalone beacon of a piece for the eastern edge of town and the first city facility that people are going to come into. We couldn't do that well at the scale that it would need to make that kind of a bold statement for less than about that 4.5%, just taking into account the scale, the type of materials, durability, and other things. So this sets kind of a high bar. Likewise, we've been able to work very successfully with architects and designers over the years in a smaller budget, and I'll use the field house as an example. I believe the field house budget was somewhere in proximity. I think we were allotted up to $170,000 or so of which is 1% of the 10 or 11 million that was. We were able to help meet a need of the architects to create some shade for that building with an integrated piece of art and design that also served a function that was part of the budget for construction already. We just spent a little bit more on those metal panels and the backlighting and the featured piece of that artwork that was integrated into the design. So when the deputy city manager mentioned integrated art, with your direction, we're happy to have both the site committee and Crystal Hammerschmidt on our staff lead that effort with the architects and designers to say, City Commission is authorizing this amount of money with a desire for us to integrate art and design elements into the architecture of the facility that would make both citizens proud, the firefighters to see their values reflected, and for you all to give the direction you need in terms of your tolerance for the budget. So this is a starting place. We'd love to be able to offer some suggestions with design integration and or enhancement, not to take anything away from the beautiful designs that the architects have presented. We think those are really handsome. But to set Salina apart, to be able to have some options and some community engagement in how that facility might look that includes neighbors, artists, designers, and the professional staff you have on the city to help lead that, we're willing to work at your direction. So if there are questions about that, I probably wouldn't propose to be specific of, well, for $100,000 you might get this. That would be speculative, but if you provide us the guidelines or approve a percentage of the budget, the policy, I think, calls for a capital improvement project to have a minimum of $50,000 spent, or it doesn't really, it isn't significant enough to consider all of the processes and procedures and community involvement that would happen, and up to 5% of the total budget. So that's the range that you have, and we're here to serve. So, and we'll use the same practice we have in the past, and that's to work closely with the city staff and to be fiscally responsible in decisions that we make and how that art would be presented and integrated.
I kind of see, we were forewarned about the skyrocketing inflation we've seen the last 3 years, especially when it comes to fire apparatus and facilities. You know, building a fire station is much different than building a house. So I don't see the inflation rate of art going up like those percentages. What if we ratcheted this down to our initial estimate of $5 million for a fire station rather than $10 million?
From the art perspective, you mean?
Yes.
So in a roundabout way, 5% would be $250,000, which would be 2.5% of the current project.
What I would tell you, I mean, in our staff discussion originally, we had kind of offered a preliminary range of between 250 and 400,000, roughly, to just be able to have you make an informed decision on the scope. But if we said 250 and then you said, we're really looking for something big and bold out on the lawn, that would be a harder stretch. But with that amount, I could tell you that we would go back and work with architects, talk about unmet needs in terms of design enhancements and the site committee. Here's what we have to work with. Here are some ways that we can integrate art. And then before a final design would be approved or integrated, it would be coming back to this body. So I think that would be a reasonable amount, and we'd love to be able to work on this project in that way.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things I did do is I called some contacts I had because we talked about this construction equates to $479 a square foot, which surprisingly enough wasn't out of line. So, for a commercial, it seemed awful high to me again, but from talking to some of my contacts, it sounds like we're not, that number's not out of
Yeah, it's in the range, actually real reasonable range from what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Depending on which market, Kansas City runs a little bit higher typically for square foot. And, this is post-pandemic numbers. We had seen a huge cost in construction over the past 3 years. And the trend is for it to level out, but it's not going to go down. It's just, unfortunately, that's just not the market. There's some of the construction materials that have certainly stabilized and come down, but with anything steel or wood, they fluctuate within the year, every year.
Well, and labor costs, there's been inflation, and that's not obviously coming down either, so.
Correct.
Well, and at the staff level, we've had quite a bit of conversation. I just want to disclose, some of those early numbers were just budget placeholders provided by staff, dated back to 2014, and just trying to reference other example projects, not necessarily fire stations. So it wasn't until we engaged WSKF and got into that initial process that we really even had a reference point for inflation then to start to apply to.
I mean, I was actually going to voice the same concern that, one, the dollars now are probably not as valuable as the dollars would have been back then, but we didn't actually have we never had a firm cost, I mean, with construction documents and stuff like this to,
Nor did we
Base
have a
it up.
budget or a financial plan to support the project.
right, you know, so I'd have a little more tolerance for going, you know, a little, I think 250 would be a rock bottom minimum, but I could see going up a little bit more,
What's that on?
the art component.
Oh.
What year was it when we built Fire Station number 3? Anyone got that?
It was late 80s, memory serves, a long time.
Late 80s?
I wasn't
I
here.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm going on 19
So-
years, and it was old when I got here.
Yeah, if I may jump in, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, so to give you some perspective on $250,000, the one component that we took out of the antique display, which was basically an additional room to put that on display, equated to a reduction of $250,000. That may give you some perspective, but arts and humanities and the city folks that have been involved, the public and everything else in these discussions with art, as well as more than a couple of firefighters, one being myself and 2 others that have volunteered to work with arts as well. We do believe, as Mr. Anderson, as Brad Anderson had said, this can be a gateway into Salina. So we do feel that it should be somewhat impactful to say, this is Salina, this is who we are. This isn't just the Salina Fire Department, this is Salina. And I know we're all looking to the future and, you know, to show ourselves off a little bit, so I think some consideration should be given towards that.
Thank you.
Could the fire engine display room, could that be a component, an art component in itself, or?
That could be, but this is something that we threw that out as an idea because we do have the antique, and only an idea. We're understanding, like Crystal has been great. Crystal Hammersmith has been great in working with us and getting everybody together and getting collaboration and discussion and, you know, what's our mission here? What's the mission statement of what we're trying to do? And so, you know, we've been working that and trying to see which way it goes and how we can best impact the perception of the city, bring some pride to the fire service people as well as the citizens of Salina.
The only other answer I'd add to that is, as part of a public art process, we've involved representatives from around the golf course, Presbyterian Manor, the fire department, parks, our office, some at-large folks and designers, and as getting that broad-based feedback towards something rather than us saying, hey, here's a fire station or a fire truck, you know, and your public job is to do that. Kind of circumvents the discovery process that happens. With that being taken off, we kind of built all of this originally with the idea that was part of an original concept. It's a new need that might come back up for discussion. What does that room look like? What does that facility look like? Would that be a way to integrate and show off or meet the vision and needs that are on that vision statement? Now that it's not on the table, it could be discussed. I would assume that at least the fire department will be asking the site committee to review that, but I'd hate to promise that, you know, we circumvent the public process. And so.
Oh, he's stored at Station 1.
Would the fire department staff who's present, they have any comment?
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, you know, this is Tony Snyder. You know I'm on the line here. I believe I have some folks that are present as well, but I don't know, you know, the executive staff is at our Excellence Conference, accreditation hearings this week, so I believe Chief Sprague should be there at the minimum.
Yeah, they're represented, Chief, just didn't indicate they had anything to
You're well
add.
represented. I just wanted to give them an opportunity.
Thank you.
I believe I saw some Station 4 guys here too.
So, Commissioners, the options kind of remain the same. If you want to kind of try and provide some guidance on a dollar amount for art today, we can do that. If you don't feel like you want to make that decision today, we don't have to. We could come back and have another discussion about the art component. But I would still say that we could approve the resolution to amend the authorization how it currently stands at $11 million. We won't spend that money. We'll have to go through the whole process and bid and all of that, but $11 million would give us coverage to start the process and move forward, and then approval of the WSKF contract would allow them to start working on the design. So we could go either way on the art. If you want to provide a dollar amount or some additional guidance on the art today with consensus, we can do that, or we could come back at a later point. So
Currently, is the art included in the 11 million?
so it is. So the art. What I have,
And that's an up to 400,000?
right, so what I have
Leave it like that.
in one of my, so it would be $776,880 in design, which is the first phase of design, the second phase of design, construction costs at $9.4 million, and then $400,000 of art, or up to $400,000 of art. And so we just picked the next $1 million higher than all of that, if that makes sense.
I would recommend leaving it at that and stress up to with as much, if it can be integrated much to the way it was at the field house, that would be fantastic. I mean, don't have to spend all of it, but
I would like to see it come back before us to know kind of what's being done for a dollar amount. I'm not comfortable just going up to 400,000 at this point.
I agree. My thought process, I mean, as much as I love the art, this is a public safety department facility, and it's going to be a flagship facility for quite a while. And I would just hate to see 10 years from now, we look back and we're remiss that we didn't do more. I mean, when you start talking about, we're cutting back on training space, and was the workout facility one of the other cutbacks as well? Was there some square footage reduction in that?
I don't
That's staying.
Okay.
That's
cut that at all.
But, so it's a bit of a quandary for me, as much as I like the art concept, and I'm not saying I'm completely against it. It's just I feel my mindset is a little bit more pragmatic when it applies to a public safety department.
I agree. Would the finance department like to tell us how we're going to pay for this?
So I think I can answer that question. We have planned to debt finance this through our property tax levy. So we've been planning since the last budget cycle with that $9 million amount. So we have to add a little bit to that if we think we can absorb that in our current mill levy. But if we wouldn't, that extra $1 million would be 0.14 mills. It's $75,000 extra a year. We don't anticipate that'll be an issue to pick up.
So you may recall, as we reviewed the debt service schedule and debt capacity at the current mill rate, that's how that $10 million fit in, and we can make adjustments to absorb that. So no expectation that it's a mill rate increase. It's been accounted for in the debt schedule.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think the gist that I've heard here is we need to build a new fire station, and I agree with Commissioner Linkowitz and Hopick on the art aspect to bring that back and kind of keep that in check.
well, then we would need I'll move to approve resolution.
Yeah, I think we need to take some public comment.
Oh, that's right, we haven't done that yet.
No.
We've been doing that so long, I just assumed it had been done. Okay, thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Rosemary Mai, Salina. I agree with the three of you that $400 is an awful lot of money to spend on artwork when we've got an antique fire truck that could be a standalone art that is being stored. Why can't we put it out there and have it be the standalone art? I don't mind my property tax money going to a new fire station, but I sure don't want to spend $400,000 on art. Thank you.
Ben Winhill, Salina. For once, I agree with Commissioner Hopick. $400,000 doesn't even need to be in there, period, on art, because let's use some common sense here. 40 miles an hour on Crawford, 45 miles an hour on Markley. You got to stop at the intersection. There's nobody going to stop and actually look over to that fire station and say, ooh, look at that art. Isn't that great? We got enough downtown. We got a river project coming up. We've got pieces all over from the downtown that go to certain parts. We don't need any art for here. We need to leave the bunks and everything else that $400,000 can be put towards the building, and just take the artwork completely out of it. You cannot compare this project with the downtown project of the field house, as was mentioned, because one, you don't have visitors coming to Salina just to go to a fire station. I mean, I don't know of anybody that just wants to go to the fire station to shoot the bull or walk around the building, something like that. So with that being said, there doesn't need to be any artwork in it at all, period. Thank you.
Ann Hoekstra, 2062 Raymond Avenue. When I look at the fire station number 1, and I see that sculpture with the firefighter out front, I feel so proud of our fire station and our firefighters, and it inspires me, honestly. I think it's beautiful. I would hate to see us not have an art component that honors our firefighters, as long as it doesn't take away from facilities, but making sure that, I think it's an important part.
Can one of you give us the background on that sculpture? Was that privately funded?
Yeah, donation.
That's what I thought. It is beautiful component.
Crystal Hamer-Schmidt, Art Services Coordinator for Arts and Humanities. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about the site committee and the conversations. That there was a hyper focus on the fact that this wasn't just about the fire station and necessarily the services provided at the fire station. As the chief had mentioned, this is an entry point as Salina grows. So we were also recognizing the spirit of the community and what's over there. It is a fire station, but it's also near the ballpark. So that is a location where a lot of people from out of town are traveling. And it's a major spot for our fireworks. So there's some other things, a lot of other things happening in that area of Salina to think about, whether that's an integrated design element with the building or a standalone piece. That's kind of an entry point. And there is a lot of community stuff happening over there other than just the fire station. So conversations have been really intentional. So I'd like you guys to think about what that means as an entry point and honoring the spirit of the community over there in addition to the services provided. So thank you guys.
Any further discussion from the commission?
And I guess we haven't asked WSKF about their thoughts on the art component, but, I guess, you can do things with, like the Lee Building, whether you do the down lighting, that they've done, or some brick veneer, something to enhance the facility. But I think you could do that for considerably less than the $400,000. So, don't know if you have any comments to make towards that, or.
Well, we'd be glad to work with the city, the commission, and the mayor, however you guys feel is appropriate. We love the idea of integrating, some artwork or art into the building. Would be fantastic. We'd love the opportunity to do that, but it's up to your discretion and your direction.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing we have to remember, this is not the Dust Bowl days. What separates Salina from other cities is that we do have public art. And I think the description of that corner is a gateway for people coming in town for use of the baseball facility is very important. People, they're not going to stop on Crawford and get out and take, well, they might stop on Crawford and get out and take pictures. but it's pleasing to the eye to see representative artwork. And it can be Salina oriented, it doesn't have to be fire department oriented nonetheless, I mean specifically. But I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to look pretty to the rest of the world. I mean, you look at the other cities, again, Salina is set apart because of the art we have. We don't have to have the sculptures downtown, but we do, and people love them. Downtown would be just as fun without it, but people like coming to see the sculpture. I don't know if it's possible to reserve a spot budget-wise, and then come back and say pending further approval of the final amount. I mean, if you're going to have integrative art, at some point it's got to be put in the building plans or not. So there's a drop dead point where it's either in or it's not. I don't know how you budget for the money, but retain a little control over it down the road at the same time.
So you raise a good point. I think the timeline is pretty aggressive in terms of design, getting it out to bid. That was a concern I chose not to raise earlier, but as the conversation was going on. But I think what I've heard is you need more information. It's not absolute no, an expectation that it would be judicious in terms of cost, and part of it's going to be how effective it is in return for the cost in terms of the impression that it makes. I have confidence in Brad and the committee and his staff to be responsive to some feedback, bring you, we'll have to turn it quickly, but bring it back for your further consideration. We certainly wouldn't do anything that's an art element or an art expenditure without, or additional process that has any expense associated with it, until we come back to you. And
so we would authorize the full amount. And is there a need for an amendment to that motion to specify what you just characterized?
That amount is just the starting point of the conversation. All of this is going to have to come back to you for final approval. So I don't think there's any way we're going to sneak some art by you.
Okay.
And it's going to be brought back for your consideration.
And I think the primary question today is to get a fire station designed and break ground.
Well, in that case, I suggest we just keep it simple, and I move to approve Resolution 24-8192, amending the project authorization and providing for the design and construction of new fire station number 4, and amending the authorization for the issuance of temporary notes and/or general obligation bonds of the city to pay the cost thereof at $11 million even was the suggested amount.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 24-8192, authorizing the amendment to the project authorization for design and construction of a new fire station number 4 in the amount of $11 million, and authorize the issuance of temporary notes and/or general obligation bonds to pay the cost thereof. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And that brings us to item B.
Mayor Longbine, I move we authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with WSKF Architects for Phase 2 design services for Fire Station number 4 in the amount of $629,120.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with WSKF Architects for Phase 2 design services for Fire Station number 4 in the amount of $629,120. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you in the future. That will bring us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, amend the contracts with MasterTech Truck and Equipment for two 2022 dump truck bids, Unit 105 and Unit 123, to provide additional compensation due to extenuating circumstances.
Mr. Kowak.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Kowach, Public Works Operations Manager. Probably not nearly as interesting as the last topic, but more important to me at the moment.
Sounds like dump trucks have went up in price.
Yep, they have. Dump trucks, prices going up on dump trucks. And actually, we are talking about two that were bid out in 2022. They finally got all the parts to build them in December. So The vendor approached us in December, said they finally got the chassis parts they needed to complete the build, requested a modest increase. I want to go through a little bit of the history on why it took so long to get all the parts. Master Tech Truck and Equipment bid 2 dump trucks, and then they also bid a water truck in April of 2022. The water truck was delivered on time and is in service. On their bid for the dump trucks, they did have a note, due to a shortage and issue with the chassis, it could be delayed. The only problem is they didn't know how long it was going to be delayed. It was pretty significant. They bid the 2 trucks, and then over the course of the past 2 years, our fleet mechanic, Keno Wallace, has been in contact with Master Tech several times on what the status of that build was, and he kept getting the same answer: well, we're waiting on the chassis, we can't get the chassis. And we did have some delays in other equipment. It wasn't unique. With the market, the inflation in the prices and the parts and vehicles, we're kind of seeing that everywhere. Just stock at the local automobile dealerships, you can tell that there's a delivery problem. The water truck was delivered in the correct amount of time. The 2 dump trucks have been delayed for almost 2 years. The vendor, Master Tech, approached us in December and said, basically, we're willing to eat most of the increased cost, but the chassis and the build and everything have went up significantly, more than they had predicted in the last 2 years. They were still willing to honor the trade-in prices and give us dump trucks that were 2 years newer. So that's the win part of the situation. They approached us in December, said they had all the parts, said they could have them done in 45 days if we gave them the go-ahead. And we've been kind of back and forth on that and looking at the legal side of the remedies and default in our contract, which are included in your blue sheet. Been in contact with them again recently, and they said, well, we went ahead and built them, so they are ready. They're ready to be delivered if you will give us the additional money that we're requesting. So, and again, they would honor the quoted trade-in values. The city does have some options. There was only 2 bidders on these trucks when we initially bid them in April. 1 truck did not meet specifications, so there was just or 1 vendor did not meet my specifications, so we just have 1 bidder. Normally in a default situation, you go to the second bidder. That was never an option here because we didn't have a second bidder. We continued to work with Master Tech, hoping we would get the trucks delivered. You can enforce the contract as written, and I've included the default procedures in the case that they refuse to deliver. It would involve going out for bids and having Master Tech pay the difference in cost, which is $60,000 to $80,000 a truck more in today's market than it was then. Legal fees, time delays, a lot of significant impacts to everyone involved. It's important to us, since there was only 1 bidder, and I do have a dozen dump trucks, that we continue to work with people to get dump trucks in the future. So we want to understand it is a limited market, and at least have some compassion for the situation they've been placed in. Like I said, we have 3 different options. Enforce the contract as written, deliver for the price, or deal in direct terms the impacts for default and remedies that was in the contract. We can cancel the contract. So yeah, we understand that it was beyond your control, and we can rebid those. Like I said, the dump trucks are $60,000 to $80,000 more than they were 2 years ago. Or we can amend the contract with Master Tech, approving the modest increase, about 3.5% per year is what they're requesting. The $26,000, $12,000 for 1 truck and $14,000 for another truck is manageable within our equipment budget. So I've included the quotes in your packet. It shows you the sticker price for the trucks, the amount that the vendor is profit or loss that they're losing in this deal. And we're just requesting consideration, or they're requesting your consideration for a modest price increase. I think I've probably talked enough. Robert Kozad with Master Tech's here if you have any questions for the vendor.
Questions from Mr. Kowal?
So is the net, the revised request, so does that include the trade-ins?
Yes.
And how much were the trade-ins on those? I was looking at the quote and I couldn't.
Trade-in value, and I don't, you're right, it's not on this, may not be on this sheet. It was modest. It was like $5,000 to $10,000 for each truck. It was a pretty small amount. Which brings up my other point, is these are our oldest trucks in the fleet. We need to replace them. If they go down, they'll probably be down for a significant amount of time, and putting more money into these older trucks really doesn't make a lot of sense either, but it was a modest amount, Commissioner Hoppick.
What is the average life of a dump truck in our fleet?
10 to 15 years in our fleet based on the miles that we use.
So this is pretty much a long-term investment.
Yes.
Questions for Mr. Kowal?
Yep, sounds like this would be cheaper than going out and trying to buy these same two trucks on the market now.
Yeah, we're anxious to get them in our fleet and would appreciate your consideration.
Yeah, and I know it's different times that we've been dealing with, but I still don't, I guess I'm still questioning where the trade-ins show up on our net.
And I don't believe I brought that with me. I don't know. Keno, would you have that with you? Well, I know right where it is. It's in a folder on my desk. But
Jim, could we pull it up on the computer over there?
In the public drive under the sub-CIP vehicle.
So I guess my question is, the total amount we're requesting is $169,229, so that includes the trade-in,
yes,
even though it does not show on the quote.
I think that's in the discount. There's a line item there that's $55,374 that's part of the discount. I think.
And there was a discount, the program discount up above too, but it doesn't break those down. I guess that was my only.
Yeah, I don't think it's broken out. I don't know what's in it.
so we might have a scanned
Okay.
version. They're
Well,
looking on the.
that's the net amount.
Well,
I was
they're
just
looking
curious
for it
because
here.
I couldn't get it to tie in. I couldn't find the trade-in, so that was my question.
That is information that I should have included.
Okay.
My apologies.
I am curious, so when one of those trucks goes in for service, and I'm referring to the older ones that we currently have, I mean, ballpark, what are we spending to get it serviced? And I don't mean like your standard, like oil change, that kind of thing, like just if there's a breakdown of some sort, is there kind of a number in your head that you guys are usually spending? I'm just
It
trying to.
depends, as far as if you're, just the tires and brakes type of thing, or if it's, you need a radiator or transmission or hydraulics. These are dump trucks fitted with snow plows and equipped with a salt spreader.
So it's a substantial amount, is basically.
Right. This is one of them is a full package, and then one of them, it just includes a plow, because we already have a spreader that we can reuse.
Do these have some type of warranty on them?
Yes.
And that would be,
Keno, do you know the details of the warranties on these specific trucks?
Representatives from Master Tech like to speak?
Thank you. Galen Essler with Master Tech in Wichita, Kenworth. So the standard warranties on these trucks is basically everything's covered in a shakedown model for 90 days. Most every component is covered for 1 year, 100,000 miles. Engine, fan hub to flywheel, 2 year, 250. Transmission is, I believe, 300,000. Rear end's 300,000. So they have substantial warranty on it. There can be, if you want purchase additional warranty to get them up to 7 years. Because you don't put a lot of miles on them, but that is an option also, but they come with good warranty. And we have a workmanship, 90-day workmanship on the upfit on it as far as our labor. And since we're in Wichita, if there is an issue, we have our own trucks and trailers. We come pick it up, take it back, fix it, bring it back. But I appreciate the consideration. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you,
Trade information on you?
You know, I didn't bring it, but you were right. I think one of them, and this is just going off memory, one was like $5,500 and one was like maybe 10,000.
Yeah,
But they were the older trucks, just kind of, they're worth that much 2 years ago and they're worth that much today. They're just kind of iron prices what they are.
do you do mobile service, or does the truck always have to go down back to?
No, we
yourself?
can do some mobile service on the upfit side of it. On the Kenworth side, the chassis side of it, you have a dealer right out here that can
Okay.
take care of anything right there. And I appreciate the consideration. When we were awarded that bid, we ordered everything at that time. And we got everything but the spreader and the chassis, so we weren't able to really build much out of that. But we tried to give you guys some consideration on the the additional cost of all the fittings. We had surcharges from Kenworth Truck Company. Stainless steel was in short supply, so we couldn't get our spreader until just recently. But, it hasn't been a fun road for us either, so thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've all, the last 3 years, still feeling the effects of our economy and what's happened in the world. So,
I feel like the commission 2 years ago already agreed to purchase these, and it's a little bit hard of a pill, but I really don't see much choice right now, other than to start over and go spend a lot more money.
I was able to find the trade-in value. It's $3,500 for one and $55 for the other.
Okay.
So
Close.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Hearing no further questions, the recommended action, one is to amend the contracts with Master Tech Equipment authorizing revised 2022 bid prices with a total increase of $26,000, $12,000 for Unit 105 and $14,000 for Unit 123 due to the extenuating circumstances beyond the vendor's control. Two would be to enforce the provisions of the contract, which may require additional time and resources and legal fees, cancel the contract and rebid, which would cause us more time and money, or deny the vendor's proposal and provide us with further action. So staff does recommend amending the contract option one.
thank you. Any further commissioner comments or questions? Is there any public comment? I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we amend the contracts with Master Tech Truck and Equipment authorizing revised 2022 bid prices for a total increase of $26,000, in parentheses, $12,000 for Unit 105 and $14,000 for Unit 123 due to extenuating circumstances beyond the vendor's control.
Second.
A motion and a second to amend the contracts with Master Tech Truck and Equipment authorizing revised 2022 bid prices for a total expense of $26,000, $12,000 for Unit 105 and $14,000 for Unit 123 due to extenuating circumstances beyond the vendor's control. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. That will bring us to developmental business.
Item 7.1, consider the acceptance of the offered utility and drainage easement dedications from Salina Destination Development LLC to serve the proposed Dry Creek addition, a one-lot subdivision of an 11.2-acre tract of land located on the west side of Virginia Drive, south of West Magnolia Road.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This item deals with the acceptance of offered utility and drainage dedications to serve the Dry Creek addition, which is located out on the west side of Virginia Drive, south of Magnolia Road. And just by way of update, the developers there their engineers have submitted design plans for their internal water and sanitary sewer lines to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. The sewer plans have been approved and the water design plans are still under review by KDHE. But the purpose of the easements that are proposed for dedication and acceptance would be to accommodate a network of water and sanitary sewer lines that will go around the perimeter and in the interior of the apartment complex. There's also a drainage easement in the northwest corner of the property. There's also 3 dedications that we're working with them on that are outside the boundaries of the plat. One is to convert what is today an easement for highway purposes on Magnolia Road into a public street right-of-way to accommodate future improvements. There's an emergency access easement for an access road leading from Magnolia Road to the northwest corner of the apartment development. And then they're proposing a drainage easement that would run from their detention pond across their Phase 2 area over to the Dry Creek Channel. So the recommended action or motion that we put forward is a little longer than usual, but it has a condition that we're still working with their engineers and surveyor to get the easement widths to the satisfaction of the Director of Utilities. The easements are there, but not always the right width. And then as a follow-up action, first action would be related to the easements on the plat. The second would be to authorize the mayor to accept the off-site right-of-way drainage and emergency access dedications, which are being done by separate instrument. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about the plat.
Any questions from commissioners?
My only question is, can that be all in one motion? There's
Yeah.
there's 2 separate items there.
You could incorporate the dedications on the plat and the off-site dedication in a single motion
Okay.
if you
That was my
desire.
question. Okay.
Other questions? So what part is KDHE still holding up?
They are still reviewing the public water line plans, and so they cannot be finalized and constructed until those plans have been approved by KDHE because they're part of the public water supply system. And so that approval is needed before they can begin constructing the water lines.
So is that expected soon, or?
Well,
Do we need to
KDHE is
call our
not all that
representatives, or-
forthcoming on that, but they were both submitted at the same time, and the sewer plans have already been reviewed. But I would only be speculating as to the turnaround time for that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment? I will bring this back for action.
Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move that the city commission concur with the planning commission and accept the offered utility and drainage easement dedications on the plat and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city, subject to the condition that the utility easement widths be modified to satisfy the requirements of the Director of Utilities prior to recording the plat, and that we also authorize the mayor to accept the off-site right-of-way, drainage, and emergency access easement dedications, which are being dedicated in support of this project by separate instrument.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the offered utility drainage easement dedications on the plat and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city, subject to utility easement widths to be modified to satisfy requirements of the Director of Utilities according to the plat. Staff would also recommend we accept the off-site right-of-way drainage and emergency access easements which are dedicated in support of this project by separate instrument. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, approve ordinance number 24-11197, amending section 42-518 of the University District Sign Regulations to amend the limitation on the number, size, minimum setback, and maximum height of signs, including electronic changeable copy signs allowed in the university zoning district.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. In the city of Salina, our sign regulations differ from zoning district to zoning district. So whether you're a residential or specific type of commercial district, or we added a public use district in 2012, we've had a university district since the late 1970s. And as we indicated in our report, there's 5 campuses or areas in the city that have a university zoning designation. The former Marymount College campus, where the Highway Patrol training facility is still zoned university. Historically, the former St. John's Military School campus was zoned university. Kansas Wesleyan University campus, the K-State Salina campus, and then the Salina Area Technical College all have that designation. In 2018, we worked with the school district and came up with some sign code amendments to better accommodate the plans and the differing needs of our 2 public high schools, Central High and South High. And so when everything was first adopted, we treated elementary schools and high schools the same from a sign standpoint. And both of our high schools are on major arterial streets, and they have much greater sign needs than an elementary school. So we worked through those text amendments, and they were approved in 2018. Most recently, we've been working with Salina Area Technical College on some proposed sign plans they have for their campus. As we went back and looked at our university district sign regulations, we found that they were quite restrictive compared to what we were allowing on the high school campuses. So we took that concern to the Planning Commission, and they agreed to initiate a review and a text amendment of the sign rules that apply to our college and universities and other university zone property. So we, the initial, for signs of a certain size, the initial requirement was that they had to be set back 50 feet from a front property line. And as staff looked at that and how it had been applied, we thought that was quite excessive, especially compared to our other zoning districts. So we recommended that that be reduced to 10 feet, that the current sign height limitation be increased from 10 to 15 feet, and a much more generous sign allowance, which is more in line with our other districts of allowing 3 square feet of sign area per lineal foot of building frontage. We honestly thought that the previous regulation was a typo, but we went back and kept looking, and it was actually in the code, but it's the inverse of almost every other district we had. And then we recommended that the ratio of electronic to static screen size being increased to 67% from 50%. So those changes all went before the Planning Commission on February 6th. A representative of Salina Area Technical College was present but did not speak in the matter, but we've been keeping them informed of our progress, and the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of those changes that I outlined, and they are shown in red text on the draft that you have attached. So your options this evening would be to concur with the Planning Commission's recommendation and amend the sign regulations, adopting Ordinance 24-11197 as drafted and presented. You could approve that ordinance with any additions or amendments supported by a majority of commission members. You could send this item back to the Planning Commission for additional study or discussion. You could postpone consideration of this item to a future meeting date, or you could decide to maintain the status quo and make no changes to the sign regulations. If that were the case, a motion should be made to deny approval of the attached ordinance. So these are not project or location specific. They would apply across the board. The only electronic changeable copy sign that Kansas Wesleyan has is a reader board on the back of their scoreboard, and they, to this date, had not put forward any proposals for that, and so we kept them informed of what we were doing, because what we do here would affect their signage in the future as well. But this comes to you with the Planning Commission's recommendation and is fairly consistent with what we recently did with the high schools. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about the text amendment.
Questions for Mr. Andrew?
Just one, so with this, there could be a 15-foot high sign 10 feet from the curb?
Not from the curb, but measured from the property line.
Property, okay, thank you.
So
Thank you. All right.
just realizing that, like a street like South Ohio, for instance, there's 20-some feet behind the curb that's right-of-way, and so the 10 feet is measured from the property line, not the curb line. So it's 10 feet behind the property line.
Thank you.
So a good example would be, if you're familiar with the Bennington State Bank sign that's on South Ohio, that sign is set back 10 feet from the Ohio Street right-of-way.
That's 10 feet from their property line.
10 feet from the right-of-way line for the street or their property line, so.
I'm sure when we all go home, we're going to look at that sign.
I measured it myself, so I know it's 10 feet.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any public comments? Come to the podium, state your name, please.
Sorry, this is my first time. Okay, you were asking
State your name,
approval.
ma'am.
My name is Heather Vaughn. I live in Hollybrook, right behind where he's talking. When you say that you were asking approval for the Magnolia Street to be public, or to be made a public street, are you gonna have any other entrances into that complex? Like, are you gonna, like, open up Hollybrook at any certain, or at any point?
Ma'am, that was on our previous item,
Okay,
so
All right.
you're welcome to visit with Mr. Andrew.
Later.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna break here real soon. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 24-11197, amending the University District sign regulations as drafted and presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 24-11197, amending the University District sign regulations as drafted and presented. All in favor, say aye.
This is an ordinance, I believe we
No,
need
this is,
roll.
no, this, I had a note that this
Need
is a roll call, thank
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy,
Aye.
Commissioner Lankwitz,
Aye.
Mayor Longbine.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And that was one of our first ordinances since we no longer do second readings, so motion carried. Thank you. That will bring us to other business. Does any commissioners have an item they want to bring up? I do. I'd like to announce tomorrow evening at 6:30, the North Salina Community Development is going to be hosting a First Impressions presentation. They've been working on this for a long time, and the public is invited. It will be at the Salvation Army at 1137 North Santa Fe at 6:30 tomorrow evening. And what this is going to do is representatives from outside the community came in and just evaluated what they saw. and their first impression. And it's just going to be an informational session to what we can do to improve our entrances off the I-70 corridor. So I invite you all to come to that. Any other business? That will bring us to citizens forum. Please state your name and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Deborah Corrales. So what I've given you today is Overland Parks, and I've given you guys a lot of these when they've repealed their breed bans, all the changes that they made. I've given you Kansas City, Denver, Overland Park. There's 100 ideas in those. I wish you would read them. So I asked Paul of Overland Park what he did when they started their repeal. We started looking into the issue after I was approached by a resident following a vote to eliminate BSL in Prairie Village in late 2019. The initiative was put on hold early 2020 after the pandemic started. Knowing it was an emotional issue for many, I wanted to make sure there would be plenty of opportunities for residents on both sides of the issue to comment once we picked it up again. In early 2021, we put an article in the Quarterly Overview magazine to make it the public aware of the council was considering an ordinance change to eliminate the pit bull ban. Any resident interested in expressing an opinion was directed to send an email. I collected the emails, and with the help of staff, a summary of responses were shared with the Public Safety Committee and eventually the full council. We also devised a question to be included on the biannual citizen opinion survey that was conducted in the summer. The question simply asked residents whether they were against removing the pit bull ban. The city survey provided us with a statistically valid result of opinions across the city. It showed residents favored removing the ban about 80-20. Email responses ran closer to 90-10. Lastly, we set up a web page on the city's website inviting anyone to post comments on the subject. We received over 1,800 comments. Over 87% were in favor of eliminating the ban. I would like to see our city go to the links that Overland Park did to share this information with all their citizens. All they did in 2019, after waiting, a year and a half, after the advisory board asked them to do it, was sent Cotton up here, gave a statement, and that was it. Everybody voted. You guys need to talk to the professionals, the lawyers, everybody involved. Get with your citizens. Ask them what they want. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I apologize. I have some handouts that I didn't get here earlier. Do you want me to hand them to you, or is there
Give them to the
something?
clerk when you're finished. Sure.
I'm Eric Bloomquist. I'm here with the Salina County Fair Board. As the president of the Tri-Rivers Fair Board, I come here today not only as a current president, but a longtime board member, former exhibitor, 4-H parent, and member. The reason I'm here today is to inform you of the situation the fair finds itself in due to the loss of the Tri-Rivers Arena. The fair has a long history with the city, and while much was lost with the arena, we were hopeful that the fair could continue strong without it. While all of us at the Fair Board were aware of the challenge we would face after losing the arena, we did not know the true impact it would have until we had time to adjust. The budget to conduct the fair has always been tight. We do receive money from the county, which we use exclusively to fund exhibitor premium checks. We have always relied heavily on sales of tickets to events that we held at the former arena to help pay for the rest of the fair. This includes paying for our expenses, such as rentals for our judges, staff, and other entertainment. We are 2 years into holding the fair without an arena and now start to see how big of an impact this has had on our budget. I have provided you with a spreadsheet showing receipts from 2017 to last year's fair so that you may see the numbers I am talking about. The one event that has been consistent in ticket sales is the Demolition Derby. Unfortunately, we have had to move it out of Salina and into the county. While doing so has not impacted actual ticket sales greatly, it has had a drastic impact on all other aspects of the fair. As you can see, concession sales, carnival income, and overall income have been impacted to the loss of over $30,000 a year in revenue. Beyond just the numbers, it has had a large impact on our fair's atmosphere as a whole. The demolition derby pulled many people to the fairgrounds, and without it, we do not have the number of visitors to our carnival, vendors, or any other exhibitors or activities. While we continue to innovate and find new ways to attract those people, we are often told that we should utilize the Tony's Pizza Event Center to hold events. We would be happy to use that space. However, when holding events there currently, we have not been able to negotiate terms that make it feasible for the Fair Board with our current budget. For example, prior to 2016, we paid approximately $6,000 per year for the use of TPEC over a 1-week period, which included the use of the parking lot for the carnival. Many of those years, we were renting both the arena side and the side which is now called the Great Plains Event Center. In 2022, our cost went to $13,680.92. In 2023, that cost was $14,889 for the sole use of the Great Plains Event Center for 5 days. You will notice that in 2019, we did hold a concert. Due to weather, we were forced to move the event into the TPEC and appreciate them working with us. While that concert made the Fair Board $11,000 in ticket sales, we were presented a settlement sheet that showed over $7,658 in beer sales, over $3,000 in concessions, all of which holding the event in our own location, we'd have been able to keep.
Mr. Bloomquist, can you wrap up? You get about 15
After all the
seconds.
expenses, we received a check for $405. So in closing, I come here today to ask the Commission help. I understand current fiscal year budgets are set. I ask that when working on next year's budget, consider supporting the Fair Board with funds. As you can see, just the loss of revenue has been great. I also ask that if the city staff, the management of TPEC, and the Fair Board work together to find more favorable structures and so we can utilize the building to build a bigger fair. When we have community members driving over 30 miles to attend county fairs, it's time to see that Salina can bring the once good Fair Board and fair back to what it used to be. And then I'd answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Norman Miles, Salina. Agriculture is not an issue for the city. They're not interested in it. You don't want any income. This has been brought up before, but I got more issues. You look into issues with the placement of your license tags. Other states only require tags on the front of the pickups. You're going to have an enforcement issue here. There are other pickups, vehicles coming from out of state. They only got a tag on the front. Law enforcement is harassing them. They've got signs on the back of their pickup that says, "We're out of state," yet law enforcement is bothering them. I understand allowances have been made for the horse issue at the EcoFest official area. Why? Is there a conflict? One more, speed limit signs. What speed are we supposed to go? All you got is 35. Are we got kilometers or miles per hour? We are having vehicles coming here from other countries. You're gonna have to upgrade your signs. You're gonna have to you should put 2 signs out there, kilometers or miles per hour, foot per second. So you're gonna have to do something.
Well, my name is Garcia, Twila Garcia Gonzalez. Thank you for letting me speak today. On December 13th of 2000, my world changed forever. I went to work early that morning and returned to babysitter's house thinking I was going to pick up my little boys. However, I was met with a police chaplain that informed my 3-year-old son, Francisco Garcia, didn't make the house fire that occurred. It was one of the worst fires that had happened in Salina at the time. No, the house fire was on North and 11th, and the fire department, which now I know is Fire Department 1, is on 9th and Elm. That's just right over the tracks. This should have given the fire trucks enough time to respond, but the train was blocking the truck's route. So to be fair, I didn't know about this meeting today, so I haven't brought a lot of research or anything. But I always wondered what would have made a difference if we had some alternative, even a sub-fire station on the other side of town. I know that there's other families out there that have gone through the same thing. And my answer would be yes. And I don't know the circumstances of how the fires occurred, but I do know every area of Salina deserves to have the same emergency services available to everyone else. So I propose to the city of Salina to either place a substation. I know we talked today about some of the cost of some of that stuff happening, either first responder vehicle. And also another alternative would be to have some type of early warning system so that the fire department would know, like if the train was coming by or coming close, and then they could automatically reroute without having to be caught by surprise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Ben Winholt, Salina. I want to piggyback on Mr. Bloomquist's little presentation. When you take away something like this that involves agriculture and a fair, and you got people come from 30 miles around, and you don't have it anymore, you take away city dollars that are being spent in this town. People coming here need to eat, buy gas, stay overnight, whatever. The amounts that you get from TPAC are outrageous. But on the flip side, there's tennis courts that will make up the difference of what the city loses in money with not having people come for the fair.
Ms. Corrales, you already had.
It's a different topic. I swear to God. So the reason I'm here today, Deborah Corrales, is because this dog here, Flash, he was put to sleep for being unsocialized. And when you look at these pictures, he's with kids, he's with other dogs, he's playing games with his family. The definition of unsocialized is not being able to get along with other animals or dogs, whatever the situation may be. He got loose several times from a family that doesn't even live here. He's used to being able to run free in a mountain, and he kept escaping, and the city finally took their dog, probably because they thought they were going to save its life. You know, let's not get it hit by a car, something like that. And they posted a picture with Santa Claus. And 23 days later, put him down. This was a puppy. And I want to know, how many times can you tow my car and then decide, because you're tired of towing it, you get to keep it and do whatever you want with it? These little girls here lost their dog because it just wasn't, they weren't able to contain it. On top of that, 2 friends of theirs died while they were here, and they had to pay for one of their funerals. There's always an exception to everything. This dog did not need to die. He even escaped from the animal shelter's care. That's what a good escape artist he is. This wasn't right. This shouldn't have happened.
My name is Amber Gray. I'm Flasha, the owner, and these are my 3 girls. And we came 20 miles from Yosemite this summer because there's a death. The lady I was taking care of died, and my girls wanted to see their grandma before school started. So we came from Yosemite, from California, and we're up in the mountains. And Flash, he lived to run. He ran all the time. My girls, they would race him down the street all the way home to the driveway, and he'd be so fast. He'd be doing circling around them and coming back and nipping their little butt because they're not running fast enough, just playing with them, you know. And he's not an unsociable dog by no means. There's pictures on her poster board that showed him with other dogs, letting other dogs just chew on his face, you know what I mean, just playing. And that was in November. I had somebody else even go up and adopt him. They knew, the animal shelter knew our situation. And they told me next time they got him, they were going to keep him. Well, I'm just curious. I'm still paying fines and court costs on this dog because he kept getting loose from my care. Well, the lady I called, interested in adopting him, and they told him that he can easily clear a 6-foot fence. He'd easily escape from them. Do they have to pay fines for them losing him and catching him as well? I don't think they do, but they had him listed for adoption with Santa a week. And then a week and a half later, they ended up euthanizing him on January 4th. I don't understand why I couldn't get a phone call or an option to have our dog back. You know what I mean? We claimed him. We've claimed him this whole time. And so them being classified as a no-kill shelter is wrong. I mean, they always told me how well-mannered he was, and he's not unsocialized by no means. So that is a lie. You girls want to say anything?
I'm sorry for your loss as well, and I'd like to commend all these young girls here today, how well behaved they are. Any other comments? We've heard a lot today, and I have brought this up with the city manager, and would like to get some direction from the commission in regards to the BSL ordinance. I have asked that we review what's the results have been in these communities such as Overland Park since they rescinded their ban. And city manager indicated he would like to get discretion from the commission in order to take that on.
I think it's time we've had that conversation. I took it upon myself just because one of the linchpins to my thought on keeping it was that the insurance companies had actuaries that would, crunch the data. And, based on that, they would have certain breeds they would restrict from homeowners, and the homeowners' policies would not be issued if they had that breed. That is quickly changing the industry. They're going to a kind of an overall vicious dog versus just specific breeds. And to me, that the argument that I had for it is starting to the foundations for it's starting to crumble. And when the actuaries, that's what they do is they crunch the data and they assess risk and the damages they're gonna have to pay as a private corporation or entity. And like I said, I think it's time for the conversation to happen. If it's happening in the insurance industry, it needs to happen here.
Comments?
All I can say is I have numerously more people tell me that they do not want us to repeal the BSL. We can discuss it, but I can tell you, at this point we've not had any issues with, and I'm not for repealing it without some really hard facts.
And
I don't think.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If we see what other cities' experiences have been, I think we need to also see what other cities have replaced their ordinances with as far as vicious dog rule. I can't see repealing ours unless we have something strong to put in its place. The it's difficult to identify which dogs are truly which breed at times. Whatever we have in place right now is causing people to be more careful with their dogs, and our hard numbers suggest we've had fewer bites. But we need to look at data because there's another group of people who are terrified of us repealing it, and my experience has been the same as Commissioner Hoppick's, and maybe people who want it repealed don't call me. Who knows? We tend to approach people who we think feel the same way we do. But the comments I get, I'm going to be honest with you, are probably 80 to 20 keeping it in place. But that doesn't mean I've made up my mind and I don't have an open mind to it, but I got to see a wide array of information. But that's, our city manager is very good at getting us wide arrays of information. We're certainly getting our conversation off and running.
Sorry. As well, I'd be open to a discussion on it. I'm not 100% one way or the other on it, but maybe to have some hard facts from both sides of the issue would kind of help make up my mind on it.
Well, my question is, do we have consensus to direct staff to research the results from other communities that have rescinded the ban?
What department would do that? Would that be the animal shelter?
It'd probably be the Parks Director with the assistance of City Manager staff and assistance of Animal Services as well.
We have it right here. It'll just take a couple phone calls.
Yeah, there's a lot more. Yeah, there's a lot more to it than
A lot
that.
more to it,
We've
yes.
got a lot on our plate. I don't know if that's rises to the top of mind, but that's just my opinion.
Having a discussion does not guarantee any action, just as long as that's known ahead of time.
I concur with that statement. That's
And we may learn stuff, but I'd rather have the discussion and not take action than not have a discussion, necessarily assume we know everything there is to know. So there's nothing wrong with having a discussion.
So is that,
I think
I'm sorry, I'm probably not supposed to do this, but my parents had a pit bull here in Saline County, and they paid their insurance. It raised their insurance for keeping him here in Saline County. He was grandfathered in with your guys because of the ban. And he
Okay,
passed away, but
ma'am.
not one time did they have a problem with their pit bull in the Saline County limits. And they paid their insurance, they raised their insurance
okay,
properly.
ma'am, we're not debating this.
I'm just saying, it's kind of,
We're not debating this right now, I'm sorry. The question is, should we direct staff to research the results from communities who have rescinded the ban? I think I got 4 people.
yeah, I'm a yes on that.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that was a very specific direction. We can certainly carry that out. Research the results of communities that have repealed the ban is the request.
Yeah, if it's been a catastrophe, if it's
Right.
been no change, if it,
Okay.
okay. No other comments, okay. Thank you. Ma'am, back here, if we're going to take a little break here before we go to executive session, if you want to visit with Ms. Driscoll over here about your concern. So what do you think, we take a break before we go to executive session?
sure.
Yes.
How long do we need for first executive session?
If you want to break till, return at 6:30, call it 20 minutes with a 7-minute break.
With a 7-minute break, okay. Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes with a 7-minute break to discuss the potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to the public interest based upon the need for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:30.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to public interest based upon the need for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:30 after a 7-minute break. It's down to 5 minutes now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
So a couple of clarifications. There is a possibility that you might choose to take action after this executive session, and attendees, in addition to yourselves, will include City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, myself, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, and Public Works Director Jim Teutsch. Jim, do you have anybody else? And that would be it.
See you back here at 6:30. Okay, we are back in session and we do have action to take.
Yes, Mayor Longbine, I move that the city manager be authorized to execute a real estate purchase agreement to acquire the real estate improvements owned by Corral LLC located in the block north of Ash Street and west of 3rd Street, generally described as vacant lot, including approximately 70,000 square feet or 1.61 acres, and separate lot with building improvements, including approximately 11,000 square feet, for a total purchase price of $630,000, subject to 1, 2 existing leases, and 2, seller's right to salvage the timbers underneath the metal building at the north end of the property in the event the building is demolished by the city. The closing is contingent upon 1, Corral LLC ability to convey marketable title, and 2, the city's right to complete and approve a Phase 1 environmental assessment of the property. The city will be responsible for the cost of its title insurance and related closing costs. The city and Corral LLC will each be responsible for their respective attorney's fees.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Counselor, do I need to repeat the whole motion?
No, you do not.
I do not?
You do not.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute a real estate purchase agreement to acquire real estate improvements owned by Corral LLC located in the block north of Ash and west of 3rd Street. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to a second executive session.
And how long?
40, let's try 35 minutes.
35 minutes. Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 35 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations relating to the federal district court case of Cozy Inn Incorporated, doing business as the Cozy Inn, and Stephen Howard versus City of Salina, Kansas, with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body for which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:10. Is that correct? Yep.
Second.
Okay, Counselor, do I need to repeat this whole motion?
No, you do not, Mayor.
Thank you. We've had a motion and a second to recess into the executive session for 35 minutes to discuss legal considerations. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:10 p.m. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
So 2 announcements once again. Don't expect any action to be taken. And attendees, in addition to yourselves, will include legal counsel Greg Bankson, myself, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, Nancy Schussler, City Risk Manager, and Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. I'm sorry, and Aaron Martin from Clark Mize and Linville will be on the phone.
Okay, we are back in session, and we have no action to take this evening.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. We will see you back here March 11th. Thank you.